workspace in Ripley.
Yeah, she's having a time. I brought the her little like ball toy thing into my room so she could tire herself out one day, and she's been very excited about the location change for it.
I imagine that swirly thing has tripped you at some point.
No.
No, it's really easy when you know the toys are condensed at the end of the bed.
Yeah, but also I don't really trip on much things. Like I'm usually pretty firm walking, unless I'm like super out of it.
I like how your bookshelf is filling up.
I bought top right. I have some. I bought the Ultimate Berserk collection. It's slowly building up, and then I went to Goodwill to find furniture, and I didn't. I just found 2 really weird looking books I thought looked fun.
You know, just to add to your collection, I know there's a bunch of JoJo themed stuff in Japan. We all just need to take a trip to Japan and just let you go on a shopping spree.
Oh, that'd be great. I would love that.
Plus cultural food and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get like JoJo merch and shit. Like there's a few things I'd love like to just have.
I think this is actually a company that makes JoJo themed suits.
Oh yeah, no, they've worked with Gucci.
There's some pretty good looking suits.
Yeah, like they have like legit clothing brands based on some characters. All because
it's kind of cool how they did the.
Oh no, go on.
W.
They're just like the creator is just like he just makes weird fashion stuff like for JoJo, and then Gucci got in contact with him, and then there's just a special manga like where one of the main characters from like part 6 just goes to fucking Gucci and tries on a bunch of clothes. That's the plot. I don't get it. Like it wasn't like engaging.
It's blatant advertising that suits JoJo's perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. But like there's better spin-off stuff they did, but like not the Gucci one.
What I do like what they did with it is despite it being connected with JoJo and other brands based off of it, it still looks nice as a piece alone.
Yeah. That's how he would totally do it. That's how Araki would do it.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's gonna take a second.
Yeah.
Wait, are we?
Sorry, we had to get like as many of the screens as we could on my 2 monitors and Ellen's, and then those 2 reflecting this one.
Fair enough.
Absolutely discordant listening to myself through your phone though. That shit's horrible. Also, hi. I'm not dead. I am late, but I'm not dead.
Alex, you dare miss one of my streams. You're in it.
Cameron, there's something on the wall behind you. You have a lizard in your house? You might need to like get a plate and scoot that outside.
It's cold enough, she'd be fine.
All right, y'all ready to be cut from the reins of Radovan, left to your own device? I mean, he's still going to be there, but he's not going to be telling you guys where to go.
Yeah, just let me turn off my Fallout New Vegas music. I didn't know we were streaming. I would have stopped jamming out to fucking I Got Spurs and shit like
That's the perfect reason for me to continue streaming it.
It's like the same reason he streamed when Vale was talking.
The second we were talking about Alex's interest in things of like JoJo nature, I was like, I gotta turn this on. The world
so
needs
it can be
to know.
Forever set in stone that you're a fucking nerd.
Yeah,
and not even one with good taste.
Yeah, forever documented that I think JoJo is really fun, and I've read
JoJo Stan.
I've dedicated like my life to it, so
good. We need you here.
Yeah, I've just read all the way up to part 8.
Also, I appreciate the effort, Suzanne. I see you're just gonna keep taking up in tiers of cosplaying characters. Why do you have a bunch of wigs? Have you done cosplay a bunch before?
No, I wanted different hair colors and I wasn't allowed to color my hair growing up, so I bought wigs because then no one could tell me I was wearing the wrong hair color
Also, she bought these specifically for this purpose.
for this purpose.
Well, I mean,
Nothing
what's
was
disposable income for except for character art and live character art?
Exactly.
It's gonna keep increasing in like just complexity and quality till eventually you just show up in one in full armor.
Damn,
Yeah,
I
was
should
gonna
have.
say, I'm just gonna have to like make a whole fur mantle and some like get Ellen to make some ceramic like skulls and teeth and claws and stuff. Have a whole fin with mantle. I don't know about Doc's jacket. That's
Actually, I can get you real teeth. There's plenty of Native American stores up here, and if you ask for the right bone pieces, they can supply me with teeth.
I mean, I have teeth. I actually have elk teeth somewhere. I don't know where my cow teeth are.
I know I have some
Don't
bear
ask.
teeth. I don't know if it's still in my parents' house or here, but I've got some bear teeth.
My mom has people teeth, but that's because she's one of those weirdos that has like kept a hold of all the baby teeth. So, and I had some extras. So she has an odd amount of baby teeth for having 2 kids who shed them all. Admittedly, I think Ian swallowed one at some point.
I regret ending the Rise of the Rune Lords game because I wanted to see Suzanne come as Gamble Japes. I don't know if the internet could have handled the pure intimidation, though.
You know, that would be the cosplay. I would just paint my skin green, not even do anything for my face, just put a demon mask over it and just have like green ears sticking out with my hat.
It would be pretty good, not gonna lie. Alright. So y'all ready? You got your dice? You got your tings?
Yep.
I have a kitten. I don't know when you got in here.
Unintentionally starting a little internet connection friendship between Dove and Ripley.
That would be adorable.
Ripley, look at the screen. It's another cat.
We just need close cat cams of them both.
Meanwhile, Acer's just waiting for his day to be ruined. He's just staring at her.
He's like, that's my spot. This is my spotlight. Why are you there?
Well, listen, he had a like 2 to 3 week grace period to make it clear that he didn't want the kitten in the house, and then we were going to hand her back to her foster. He was perfectly fine until like the month mark, and by then it was too late. So it's all his fault now. I have no pity. She does scare the shit out of him sometimes, though, even with the bell. And I hope your characters have some goals besides manhunt over here, because Doc's main one is kind of just like in the line of Nikos' 42-step program to destroy Rogel, except for Arthur.
Oh no,
I mean-
you're gonna make Arthur learn chess. I can only imagine the pure strain and torture that would be.
And now he makes him sit down and learn cello.
How the fuck does this horsey move?
Play, dumb boy, play.
No, because there is horses. He's like an idiot savant.
Oh, maybe that'd be so good. Like I roll like insanely high on my intelligence for that. It's like, oh yeah, like I somehow get like a 3-move checkmate.
Scholarly.
Just murder him. Skip ladder steps.
I believe my mom called this the Scottish opening.
The Scottish opening.
The fuck's a Scottish?
I don't know.
You really just, your whole family's making up bullshit. Good to know.
My mom wasn't a smart lady. All right, so 3 adventurers and a cowboy are in the city of Hasser. As you
What will
guys,
they do?
Whoa. The bartender says, "The fuck? Why am I out here?"
That's another point, because like, if you guys have an actual thing you want to do, Arthur's gonna just say, "Hello, would you like to come along to kill a man with me?"
Would you like to kill the man with 4 fingers?
I really just need to shoot him, like, real bad.
Don't worry, guys. Once we find him, it shouldn't take too long. If history repeats, looking at all the like shattered corpses full of bullet holes, it shouldn't take very long.
Of course, he did almost kill me with a touch, so like, could not go, like, it could be fucked up.
Hey, Jacques, how many fingers do you have?
All 10, all the better to murder Arthur with. Full contact grasp.
Or the dreaded bear hug.
No, okay, he wouldn't go that far even to murder him.
Arthur's safe then. So, you guys are in the city of Hasser. You guys have made some fantastic connections with the Magus Order and several Archons of Samael. Granted, this is mostly all Radovan, as you guys have met only Richard, that wonderful man, and Magus Ferris. Whom, the latter of which you guys have been staying with in his home, as you guys are more or less just seeing where things go, and then Radovan comes towards you saying that he's currently doing what he needs to be doing right now. And though, while most of his work now can currently be done through missive, he doesn't have a need to go anywhere else for the time being. Though,
So he'll bounce if we bounce and do it by letter, but he's perfectly fine just chilling here.
yeah. As in, it's mostly just, he doesn't need to go anywhere else right now. If he goes anywhere, it's only for pleasure or only for someone else's sake. But right now, he's having lengthy conversations with individuals about the current going-ons of the supernatural world. If only you guys were more politically minded, then maybe we could have a nice long political campaign. But no,
Alas.
alas.
My character has all the training for it and none of the personality for it.
I unfortunately didn't play that character.
So yeah, you just know stuff is shaking around in the world of the hidden folk, which is cool. And yeah, you guys did get some help on your journey though, as you guys are now a maybe uncomfortably close associate with Richard Hell Knight, who is a fanatical necromancer.
You
without
know,
the
despite the
necromancy.
necromancer thing, like, I don't think we can be, like, uncomfortably closer than Arthur has been with Radovan, so.
It's kind of hard to beat that.
He's been his literal, like, dinner plate for quite a while.
I mean, everyone has at some point, except for, you know,
Yeah.
Jacques.
It kind of sucks when you're the favorite of the meal of the vampire because you're like the only full human you can drink from, and one has pure light in their blood, the other is not fully human, the other will just burn him alive if he just bites him.
Spicy blood.
Maybe the key like adds some better flavor, you know?
Maybe. It
Yeah,
has
maybe.
more life energy in it.
can I focus my key into an area to make my, well, why would I want to do that? Immediately sucks as much key away from a specific spot as possible to make his blood as unappetizing.
What if I could make things taste better?
What if I just developed, like, prestidigitation?
What if I just made things taste better? Arthur, that's seasoning.
Listen, white boy.
I'm kind of scared to have him try mayonnaise now. He might think it's spicy.
Oh,
I'm gonna go back to Goldar and like hit him with the horseradish.
Or the lutefisk.
Ugh, gross.
You want to have jellified cod? I guarantee you it's as terrible as it sounds.
Nope. We know you've talked about it before.
I know, but every time it gets brought up, I'm like, I gotta vent all my lutefisk hatred out into the world.
No, but now you get to torment me with it if you try to enforce Christmas traditions on me.
Welcome to the family.
I'm doing this for everyone else.
Yeah, let us
So
know.
much to you.
Yeah, you have to give us your earnest reaction on Discord afterwards, so we can enjoy.
We'll just do a
your
video
suffering.
chat, that way you can see my reaction.
Entire face just sours and shrinks in.
At least the rest of the food is good, and lefse is delicious. But anyway, so you guys are in a really nice place in Hauser for, you know, the immediate time being, and can take as much time or as little as you decide to make a decision on where you want to go. Richard has painfully fought for his job back after suddenly trying to quit, and is just holding on and be like, so you guys are gonna go after that book soon, right?
I just imagine him like lurking around the corner, like, are we going yet?
Did someone say Book of the Dead? No, we were talking about breakfast. Oh. Then I'm uninterested.
Can we talk about the Book of the Dead? Not at breakfast.
Can I ask for some more examples about the flesh covering? Do you know exactly what ethnicity the person was that crafted the book?
No. So I do believe it was specified to be various swaths of human flesh.
Oh, that's even better. I wonder if it takes from all the ethnicities. Is that a required component of the spell?
While he's going through this rampage, Ishtar would actually approach Doc with the book in hand that was left on her bed.
Interesting.
She places it in your hand.
What's the book? So.
I'm guessing you're the one that bookmarked him?
He looks pointedly at his notes journal, which is similarly marked, just with full sheets of paper.
In all fairness, she doesn't pay attention to that. She just figured it was your personal note, so she just ignored it.
Then kind of looks at that and just, yes. I was looking into my own condition.
Did you find anything?
Yes, one of the later chapters. Yours, however, was earlier.
So it's possible I could either be just half of some great creature or a dragon?
I'm not sure that half is necessarily correct. It seems that the bloodlines by implication can go down quite a long time in terms of genealogy. But either way, you either have the influence of some great beast or folk who employed such a power, or you are the descendant of something that has made a deal with a dragon, Possibly. I'm unsure of the biology of dragons.
Ishtar looks very confused when you mention biology of dragons. She's like, I don't want to imagine that.
He just shakes his head.
Well,
You should stand to take an anatomy class that we do to get rid of any squeamishness.
thank you
believe
for letting
help.
me read the book.
Of course. Something to keep in mind.
It is, but it does bring up the question, how did that happen? Where I'm from, stuff like that might as well be damnation.
I do not know. It depends on how far back it goes. If it was one of your parents, it is certainly an interesting, I suppose, scenario that would play to it. If it was further back in your bloodline, then it could be from anywhere, anytime.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And should you discover anything more, as he kind of goes back to what he's working on, please do not feel intimidated in informing me.
Okay. Is there anything you need me to keep a lookout for you?
More physical changes? Or, I suppose, things that stand different to your common man?
No, I meant for you.
No. Anything that led to my situation is nothing good.
Okay, then I'll let you know if anything changes. And she just gets up and walks off.
He patiently removes his bookmarks and will later return the book.
Varys takes the book and says, I hope it was helpful.
For two, yes. It is better than nothing.
Good. There's always research going on about the origins of such bloodlines, I'm sure. So, if you take a particular interest, I'm sure there'll be those who would be interested in observing you and your capacities, and maybe they can make a connection of some form.
I have no interest in being the experiment of an aside, but if you have those who are invested in studying this particular he kind of gestures at the bloodline book in general, traits in the individuals, I would not be opposed to contact.
Very well then. I'm sure as long as you're associated with that Vitella individual, that you'll be quickly in touch. So, do you and your compatriots have much else to be doing? I noticed that things have gotten restless amongst you and yours, and there's been no interest in much else the city has.
No, while I believe that Ishtar could benefit from taking some time to at least spend it with tutelage Bernice, the offerings, yeah. I am unsure if she is currently ready to invest in something she is so delicate about. Another has his own personal task, but without further information, it is one without leads currently. And I'm unsure what Serena wishes after.
And yourself.
I did not leave with a specific goal in mind. Ending up here has been an odd happenstance. A matter of refusal to turn a blind eye to something that has been personally an irritant to me. Discovering more about my condition and others is, of course, always an interest. But at present, no. Beyond avoiding Gabriel, I have not many goals in mind currently.
Well, youth is always orientated towards getting things done quickly. Many forgets that no matter what task you start, it's always about taking one step, whether you know which direction you're going or not. Even if something is much as just avoiding needless intricacies of aristocratic life, you must have some desire to do something with your life, some goal or passion. If an old man can give his wisdom on the matter, I say, just take a step in any direction. Even if you think it's got a low chance of success, even in failure, you can make progress towards what you're looking for. It doesn't have to be much, but you just have to keep taking those steps.
I appreciate the offered advice.
But for the time being, due to your association with Radovan Rosencrantz, you're all free to stay here as long as you need. Granted. Your guests should be not so frequent to knock upon my door. I put up enough with him at the university. Having him in my home just... He takes a long sigh and he goes over and he picks up this his now cold tea and just drinks like half of it.
I would offer my condolences, but after traveling with Arthur for months upon months, I'm afraid I am quite out.
Well, regardless, it is the duty of those who've gone beyond the age of the prime to guide the youth. So, if you or any of your friends have any questions, I'll be more than happy to offer what guidance I can surmount.
I will pass on the message. And I suppose and aside for like the just like vague downtime we've been having while deciding stuff and taking a breather, And some of us enjoying being in a cultured place instead of staying holed up in Wizard's Mansion. Um, he would see if they have any books on the other races or just creatures in general. They keep running into weird shit, so might as well take advantage and educate.
You find that when you peruse the library itself, many of the books are mostly mundane history type books and the like. You find that it's upon asking that you get access to the more supernatural books, as they're kept in places that cannot be seen by people who casually come by.
Yeah, no. He definitely asks rather than just wandering. I can't imagine, even in a city where, you have, a whole bunch of mages going, I'm sure Inquisition will never be a problem. I wouldn't have all the ways I'm a dirty heretic on my display shelves for when guests come over for tea.
Exactly. And, it's hard being in the city. You don't know exactly how many mages there are.
Not enough to have a college where you're teaching some.
Well, the thing is, and you guys have learned, that the college is more of just a grounds in which they pick up individuals or have a valid reason to suddenly educate some kid from nowhere, in a very prestigious school where everyone will assume that there's some prodigy of some form and not question the sudden move or the sudden interest by intellectual, people with lots of money. It's a prime ground for people of understanding to hide stuff that takes a much deeper mind to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you do know that most of the teachers at the university itself seems to be Magus. But beyond, Richard, Varys, and Alexei, you don't know of any others in particular. It's not like the wizards all come over and have magical tea or anything.
No, I think that would be very bad for and singular spy ruining the Magus Order.
Yeah.
Like having this big yarn board of and this person met with this person at this time at this place, and that one met with these two people, but this one met with that first person too. Aegis.
But Varys at the time seems to be teaching 3 younger individuals in the arts of magic, which he does in his own home in his study. And they are...
There's just a knock from Richard. Do you need any help? Is anybody interested in necromancy? Hey kids, want to buy a dead body?
We have another dissection today. Oh boy. Yeah, no. Richard knows to stay away from the pupils of Varys, but Varys is also very unhappy at the fact that Richard keeps coming around. As, being even a heretic amongst mages is a feat of in itself.
Well, as a small aside, then Doc will just ask for if he has any documentation on the other races, and then I guess as a small favor, we'll try and distract Richard every now and then by asking for him to detail out what he knows of different undead they have not yet encountered, so he can make a note in advance.
Well, of the races, it's easy enough to find some information on some of them. Speaking on that first, well, as far as Richard is concerned, he's not... You find that his interest in necromancy isn't of the undead specifically. It's of the art of necromancy and the various manipulations of life and death in which they entail. So,
Alright, well, if he can tell Doc something useful about undead they might potentially run into, or somebody they're working with might run into, then in exchange, Doc will listen to him go on one tangent about necromancy in general. They'll have
Fair
a
enough.
captive audience so long as he provides useful information for Doc's notes.
I also just want to make sure that there's no misconception. He's not
Yeah, no,
dead body,
I got
dead
it.
body, I'm a necromancer, dead body kind of individual.
But those are the memes.
Those are the memes. And to be fair, he's
Okay.
very interested in some macabre stuff, especially when it comes to the Book of the Dead itself. But he's more interested in the actual aspects of the magic.
Yeah, unfortunately, currently all our party has to offer him is Doc can rot bodies on command.
Yeah.
That's about it.
And, well, interesting from, a spectator.
An essence destroying aspect.
Unfortunately, he's not a
Nice.
destruction mage, nor is he one particularly versed in venoms or poisons.
Yep.
And as your touch does not bring immediate death, he's less interested.
I mean, it can.
Death by shock.
Yeah.
It itself is not an aspect of death.
Yeah.
Just a happy little effect of death.
Happy little accident.
I mean, Richard's is just like, it's close, but not quite close enough. Yeah.
Doc Bob Ross. But it's just melting people. Happy little accident. They
Happy
died
little
immediately.
accident. They die
Whoops.
quickly. But yeah, and on to the book about the other races. For the most part, you know that there's two predominant races that are the most well documented and the most familiarized amongst the texts, which are the Sylvan and the Duke's Heiress. The light and dark elves. Though calling them elves is just some people's way of associating them for beyond the fact that they're non-human, the Duke's Heiress and the Sylvan share very little. The Duke's Heiress are known as a race of dark individuals. Most of them have ranging skin tones from pale gray to dark obsidian black. They have an affinity for aspects of darkness and fire, as they are a race that, so they claim, was created by Gyra themselves. And Gyra is the god of darkness and everything opposed to light. They are perfect beings. None has ever been born with a deformity. And they are incapable of getting scars, though they have a peculiar weakness to cold iron. It seems to create an allergic reaction with them that is fatalistic. Even stranger yet, when succumbing to said allergy and destruction, they disappear. They don't just die. They just cease to exist. No one is aware of the exact reason why, other than maybe Gyra just has a sixth sense of giving the perfect race a weakness to iron that has never been heated and smashed to shape. A very crude method for killing a very powerful individual. Beyond that, the Sylvan were one of the... Well, before that, I guess, the Duke's Heiress are also known as being one of the races that, in the time before Solomon, attempted to take hold of Gaia, and were promptly fought back by the other races. And ever since their major loss at that time, they've never been able to recover. But there was at a point where the whole world was at risk of being put underneath the heel of the Duke's Heiress. And they almost won. Then there is the Sylvan. The most elf-like, and probably where the term directly comes from, they are beings associated with the element of light. And all Sylvan innately are magical. It is incredibly rare that a Sylvan is ever born without the gift. And thus, many of the teachings of current magics has roots in Sylvan magic. Though, the Sylvan being a particularly long-lived race and associated with light and everything, were one of the primary targets of the Duxarist, and their kingdom suffered heavily during the times of war. And ever since, they remained more secretive to try to protect their peoples. And the Sylvan have an unfortunate history with betrayals. But beyond that, the Sylvan are probably one of the most populous of the supernatural that still live within Gaia to this day. And many of them are quite adept at keeping their identities secret. But beyond that, the book doesn't have too much beyond the magical mumbo jumbo that comes with a race of magical individuals from a wizard's perspective.
Do they have any like signifying physical features besides elf ears?
All elves have fair skin and pale hair, and often have light coloring eyes, ranging from sky-like blues, some faint blue eyes that are almost gray in color, and vibrant green eyes. They never have dark colored eyes, no browns or hazels or anything of the sort. And so let me double check. I don't think the Sylvan actually have any major weaknesses. They just the Duxarist were just very strong. It's a very kryptonite-like situation.
We're better than all you motherfuckers. A single Deva like flicks a piece of cold iron at them. They writhe to the floor. Ah, yes. Perfect beings. Look at you go. And then they get slapped with like a single piece of metal wood and break in half.
Nope, the Sylvan were not quite as highly tuned as the Duxarist were, but they were also known for their superior, mortal forms, having exceptional physical resistances and able to be immune to most common types of disease and venom. They even have higher regeneration than normal mortals. The Duxarist are also known for their extreme resistance to death. It takes a considerable amount of damage to kill a Duxarist. One cannot even be so sure they've killed one when they've been pierced through the sternum with a bladed or piercing weapon. Beyond that, the Duxarist were just physically stronger and more spiritual than any of the other races.
Take note, if we fight a Duxarist, double tap. Actually, just the full 7 shots.
Of course.
But the Duke's heirs, while so well recorded, are very minor amongst the hidden races at this time. Very few remain. Beyond that, the other documentation you can find is mentions the Deva and their high society of magic and their magic that took on the shape of almost technological advances. Also, their penchant for dealing with the binding of supernatural beings, which brought about their own ends in the War of Aeons several millennia ago. Even in the time before the Duke Xerist tried to take over the world. The Deva are well known for their magical mastery as well. And again, a bunch more magical mumbo jumbo that Chuck will probably never understand.
If it's not abuse, it gets tossed in the trash.
Beyond that, there's a peculiarity that the Deva are related to the Giant. They both are large beings. While the Deva are more spiritually inclined, the Giant are more physically inclined, but both have a third eye capable of seeing into the spiritual world. The Giants, though, are the diametric opposites of the Deva. Very tribalistic and a culture based on strength. They have been known to cause various troubles, only to be pushed back, only to rise yet again. As they're a race that not many have wished to have prolonged conflict with, as they have an unnatural amount of strength and durability. But due to their lack of technological advancement and their lack of real use of magic or any of the sort, they never were able to make a strong claim on any particular region. Though the book does mention that there's a region called Itzi over on the New Continent, in which clan of Giant still remains strong. Granted, this book is 50 years old, but not that much time. Beyond them, there's the Daima, the beast folk, and known as the children of the forests. Individuals that have seemingly been blessed by the goddess Gabriel. No, I'm sorry, Raphael.
It takes a moment to be like, why is my Abel in this?
Yeah.
Christianity, why are you in this book?
Especially because you've always known Raphael to be, I mean, angel and non-gender, but mostly masculine in, like, depictions. This specifically references Raphael as feminine, even for a deity. And the Daima, being the children of the forest, have unheard of capabilities of regeneration when it comes to being in the woods, as almost as if they feed off of the very nature itself and its primal energies. They're individuals who have the mix between human characteristics and predominantly mammalian animal characteristics. Mostly of the feline or canine varieties, though there have been some that have demonstrated other types of characteristics, including some even having shark-like or reptilian-like features, though they are more rare. There's a race known as the Diani, but there's not much known about them other than the fact that they exist. A secretive race known as the race of the spider. They have an supernatural ability to erase their presence from the minds of those who have seen them. Not utterly and completely, but to the point where one cannot accurately describe them if asked even minutes later. And sometimes they're forgotten altogether if enough time passes by. A very secretive race. They have been theorized to be behind many of the important major economic or political changes that have happened in the world, but there's no substantial enough proof that still exists, at least. Even if there were any first-hand accounts. The Ebiden is another race that is mentioned has long since passed, as they are a race thought to be closely connected to the divine as guides or guardians of the world. Many of which had what was known as a Su-Aman, which was a particular destiny that they had to fulfill. They were beings close to what mortals would know as angels, with bright wings of lights and the ability to fly. And once they committed their Su-Aman, they oftentimes passed into the realm of the divine, becoming completely spiritual and ascending from this plane, neither to be found in the mortal world or the wake. And then there's mentions of the Tuan Delir, which you guys already know for the most part is the core belief that they're the origin of the werewolf. And thus their ability to transform into beast-like creatures and such was merely just their connection, as they had in ages-long past made a pact with the spirits and became bound by the nature spirits, becoming animalistic, though each particular Tuan Delir, for unknown reasons, associates strongly with a particular phase of the moon, in which they gain strength at its zenith and lose their strength at its what's the opposite of zenith? Kipok? At the opposing time of the month. Anyway. And
honestly, half of the stuff when he's like taking notes on it, he's just rolling his eyes. He's like, why do they have a connection to the moon? What does that have to do with anything? Why? They're
and
nature spirits. Why are they necessarily connected to the moon? I mean, like ocean, I can understand. That affects shit. You know, tides and things, but like, whatever. Magic. Bullshit. Who cares?
and sadly, the book oftentimes does not know it much better itself. You see a lot of, for unknown reasons, they have a connection to such and such.
As a man of logic, Doc is incensed every time he comes across it. Like, if you guys happen to like go by wherever Doc is like, you know, set up in like the library, kind of taking his notes and reading through things, you can definitely hear him talking to himself angrily under his breath. You catch snippets of like all of this if you're around. You just find something, he's like, why? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I really wish they translated the Spanish book into English. I would so love to read this, but it hurts my head after an hour. The last one you guys find information on is the Turok, a race of kin to dragons.
Ishtar.
They are known oftentimes as the children or brothers of dragons. Though the legitimacy of this claim is questioned at times, as though many of them do demonstrate abilities of increased strength or durability, even having scales that protect them from attacks, they lack higher intelligence and seem to be more tribalistic in design.
He's about to go like, never mind, and then.
Though, there is known that some individuals oh goodness, it has a word in Spanish, so I'm sure it translates to English, but I don't know what it is. 1 second. Though there are some that came to be known as priests of the clan that do have a higher level of intelligence, though they tend to be somewhat smaller. They are oftentimes associated with magic and have the most dragon-like appearances. Known as a blessing amongst their people, they often come time to rule over their various tribes. This race also seemingly has a strong connection to Itzy in the New Continent. But beyond that, the lands are harsh, and it is hard to know much about them, as they are innately more secretive. And probably warranted very distrusting of outsiders. The Vitella are also loosely mentioned, though the books you ever read at Radovin's place will probably give you more information than these would.
I mean, anything he wants to know at any point, he can just ask Rathel.
Which is fair.
And then can you give me the possessing, the fucking spelling of the angel ones and the dragon ones?
1 second.
I've memorized everybody else by this point.
Just logging into Discord on my computer. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Darn, not spelled like the video game.
No, it's not. Not the same. Oh, this is Turak. By the way, it's super hard to like not improv, but like give off information off the cuff while reading it in Spanish into English. I'll tell you.
I can chat.
Yeah.
Probably rough.
My head hurts.
You know what Docs does too by the end of this? He's like, I hate holes in knowledge. Also, the like leaning to like all of the mythical stories and their magic, and he's like, okay, yes, but I'm more interested in the biological difference of all of these races and what that means for their connections. When oh wait, their creations are all going to be some god spit them out, so they're special, which is just infuriating. You are eventually called Ishtar, and like a book's just tossed your way with some more like bookmarks. The latter half.
There's actually a race of people that say they're children of dragons.
Apparently. So I would imagine that it does not skip generations. So it kind of pauses. And you are raised by the church.
Mm-hmm. All I know about my parents is that I was dropped off.
Takes a moment to lament the stereotype of orphan left on the church steps, but it is something to keep in mind. I'm unsure why you would be left here if these people are more physically obvious. It is dangerous to be on this continent. Where exactly, what principality were you in?
Give me a second, I have it written down somewhere.
Mood.
Come on now, kids. Remember your backstories.
No one ever expects somebody to ask, where are you from?
Looking like Alex.
Yeah, exactly. Next, you're gonna ask about like their
What's your sister's name?
yeah. What am I supposed to say to that?
What's your mother's name?
We had that whole conversation.
They were like, oh yeah,
Ishtar's on the clueless route. Anastasia at least knows his family.
like it just I had the backstory, and a part of my Bard's backstory is like, yeah, he doesn't get along with his family, but he gets along with his sister. And then they're like, oh yeah, what's your sister's name? You know, a very honest question. I was like, how the fuck did I forget to name her?
Yep. And then afterwards we had like the whole conversation of like, well, be glad at least I didn't care enough to ask your parents' name. Their last name is enough. Then we went on the whole tangent of, what's my mother's name? And it's like they shout that, and Amira's like, well, I'm an orphan who was raised by a father, so I don't have one. Everybody's like, ooh.
I had to very, very quickly look up a name generator.
I was immediately
Ish.
reminded of. Oh, God.
Ishtar would stop and think for a minute and go, Alberia?
Never mind. If anyway you were going to get away with having a other parentage, it would be some backwater principality like Alberia. Serena also from Alberia. To be fair, they have one city and a bunch of druids in Twandalir and other races. That place is shooting out spirits.
Ishtar would actually nod her head at him mentioning it's like a backwater country. She's like, yeah, it kind of is.
That's something to keep in mind.
You didn't add this to your notes, did you?
He looks at his open, like you, and then down to his open notebook, which is actually on a page that has Ishtar on top.
No.
Well, Ishtar Aramina, but yeah. And there's a number of bullet points and notes in the corners of things.
Well, it's something to keep in mind. Maybe I'll figure out more. Though it doesn't really say if they start off looking like normal people and then just grow scales.
No, this book actually has quite a few gaps in its knowledge. It mentions quite a bit of physical characteristics, but for no reason in particular. Beyond perhaps the inability to do further research, understandable for some of the races' statuses in the modern age. No, they just gloss over about well over half of the information present. So I'm afraid any further information would require a specialist on a topic or one of the members themselves. Which I suppose leads me to a secondary question, though not for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
She'll quickly skim over it and then just quickly return the book.
the like speed at which you go through it, he kind of like gives a dissatisfied expression. But if you ever need a reminder on any of the potential sets we have found, he taps his book.
Okay. Thank
Feel
you.
free to go. You get dismissed.
She just shakes her head and walks off.
Which will also lead him to asking if there are any specifics. Do people have like a innate like physical connection to the set, light magic?
Direct, like, innate connections to the lights. Most of which the only information you ever really find is it's mostly connected to the Sylvan or the Epiden. Or you find that there is information on a new ongoing theory that there is a current event where human-born children have access to memories of some kind of past life, and they're currently being called the Nephilim. Some who have memories depicting Sylvan-esque culture and locations might have a soul tempered and made anew, but with the remnants of the soul of some Sylvan from the past. But beyond that, there is no known, even amongst the great beasts, there is no known that closely associate to the aspect of light.
Radavan, if I may bother you for a second.
Sorry, who?
Radavan.
Oh. Yes, I have a few minutes to spare, I suppose. How can I help you?
You had made an off mention at some point during a ridiculous conversation on the taste and qualities of blood. You had made an odd comment on Sari.
Yes, her blood has some slight aspects of light tied to it. It gives it a somewhat unappealing, stinging sensation to it. Not damaging, I suppose, but I would assume it's something close to what you humans refer to, or mortals, refer to as spicy. Something that seems to attack the taste buds in a way. Though, I think with time one could get used to such a sensation. But, why do you ask?
I do research while they decide if there's anything worth learning here. There's an interesting resource provided by the Magus Order. And until we decide to move on, I have been doing a little bit of recreational reading beyond my own interests. Beyond finding some information that may be relevant to Ishtar, I came across a few things that reminded me of your commentary. While I have no groundings as obvious as Ishtar's physical qualities, it is something worth noting.
I suppose.
Creatures, influences of light. So,
I would say be careful when it comes to reading books about particular races, especially those orchestrated or written by non-members of that race, or specificity, the specifics of someone with that kind of talent or ability. You have to understand that mages look at things from a very different perspective as...
I have become crippling aware upon reading their work.
So I wouldn't necessarily take something they think is facts to be true.
Which is why I said that I don't have any evidence or grounding beyond a potential connection. And it is not a meaning of this is any answer for why people are capable of what they are, but it is a basis to look for in other things. And honestly, the rest of the garbage here is, well, a bunch of mystical bullshit.
To someone such as yourself, Jacques, I suppose. Though, I would say, as someone who is intimately familiar with blood, the life one lives and the type of things that they are capable of doing oftentimes permeates their blood in some fashion or form. Those who deal with the dark, I've had the blood of several members of the Twilight Brotherhood, and there was always distinct taint of various darkness in their blood. Some aspect
She
of the supernatural.
employs abilities in a similar vein. So there is a reason enough to believe that alone is enough. But might as well keep note. If I have no grounds to bring it to her, then I will not. But for my own sake, I like to be thorough.
And to be fair, Serena's blood might not be physically different than any other human, so her blood is definitely human, for the most part. There might not be any physical aspect to it, but since us Vitellar are so closely tied to the essence of blood, in a sense, we can taste a spiritual aspect to one's blood in particular. So
Now, if I were going to lean any of the current things I found, it would not be the races themselves. She displays no physical qualities and wears no guise like Ishtar. It would be closer to the sad Nephilim scenario of theirs.
and that being the case, there might have been an event in the past where she was tainted by light in some form or fashion.
Perhaps. I'm curious as to if it would be something that would follow her bloodline and essentially end, if not already is, like it starts and my mom.
Interesting to say the least. Just be
The
careful.
curious workings of magic son. Perfectly reasonable subjects. As he looks down at his journal in disgust at how much magic bullshit crept into it.
Just be careful. One's pursuit of knowledge can sometimes step on sensitive ground. And some people might not want to talk about such things or wish to ignore the reasons why they are different than others around them. Just fair warning, Jacques. I see that you're very curious as always and very intense in your field, but your bedside manner can definitely use some sprucing up, to be fair.
He has the flattest look.
See, now this is the face one does not want to see when they get out of a coma.
Just be glad you're out of the coma. It's that slight, like, smug look.
I don't regret our friendship.
He crinkles his nose up and doesn't say anything against it. Just kind of stares down, irritated at his journal and the 1900 question marks. Like, after everything that has some, like, even the slightest bit of maybe, it has, like, 4 question marks. And, like, you can tell they're aggressively written.
But why?
Like, cleaned up. Yeah, it's annoying. Their excuse for everything is, yeah, it's magic, though. It's like, no, okay, but it can't just always be magic. What if there is more, and you're just taking the cheap way out of saying, well, it's just magic? It's like, well, no, it's just magic that made this. Like, you can't describe it because you didn't try.
Well, unless you go on this rant outwardly, so
He does a little bit, but that's all he wanted.
fair.
He wanted confirmation that he had heard correctly before he added in notes.
Yep, and he gave his input.
Yeah.
So, beyond that, is anyone else going to do anything?
Ishtar would give the scarf to Serena that she bought in the market.
Oh, thank you. I didn't get you anything.
It's okay. Figured you would like something nice. A small memory that's not heavy.
Well, I appreciate it. And she starts like putting it on, wrapping it on. So how do I look?
Really good. Don't ask Radovan. He'll add 5 more accessories.
Probably.
Is accessories the word? I think that's the word he used. I'll let jewelry, whatever it is. She just walks up.
Excessive.
Or you guys can always talk about what you plan on doing next.
Arthur is currently he's been hard at work for the past time that he's been in here, working with maps and learning the geography of especially the more northern half of the continent, as he is currently using a lot of this knowledge like to heavily mark up a map right now, where he is trying his best to remember and determine specific transport lines that he took when he was working with the man with 4 fingers, trying to see any patterns, but mainly just trying to figure out what cities he spends most time in.
As you're doing so, Richard leans over your shoulder and he says, I have seen the what's it called? The handwriting of many students, many brilliant students if terrible handwriting was a sign of intelligence, then you, my friends, would be with the best of them.
I assume that's what happens when you get into education, as he keeps marking things.
No.
This is actually the one thing Doc will never make fun of you for, because until he like condenses his notes into something to hand to somebody else, it is absolute chicken scratch.
Not at all. In fact, the most intelligent people that I've ever seen have had shit handwriting that I've had to grade. And I will tell you, anatomical structures that have 17 or 18 letters written like a doctor's slip to the pharmacy is painful beyond belief.
I can only imagine.
Sorry, I spaced out. I was actually going to mention, so I'm seeing some interesting connections here. If you would, Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name. Thompson. Mr. Thompson. Let me grade your homework as he looks the paper over.
How old is he, by the way?
Arthur?
Both of them.
Arthur's 28.
That's pretty close to what Richard is, actually.
I was about to say, it's just amusing to be like, my student.
But Richard is also a teacher at a college.
Yeah.
He looks it over and he says, interestingly, I recognize some of these locations. He slides you the piece of paper back.
Oh.
He then gets like across from you and just looks you dead in the eye. Have you ever dealt in bodies before?
Unintentionally, yeah.
Unintentionally, yeah. Well, it's just a part of my line of work is to understand the particular reasons why a cadaver comes to us, so that I can tell my students exactly what has gone on based on the regional ethnicity of the people. Which means that we do get corpses from all over the places, and some of these some of these locations here match some of the manuscripts I've had over the last few years.
Some of the bodies you might have worked with might have been handed over by me.
But you say might have.
I never knew it was in them, like, for sure. I just knew it most likely contained a body. Or any sort of just illegal shit.
Now that I'm not so familiar with, but interestingly enough, when I needed bodies from abroad, which sounds suspicious as hell, and I don't blame you for that, but
Oh, completely suspicious.
But if I would like to look over the body of some, Bahanese individual, it's so hard to get one transferred all the way up here to Amora. And sorry, I'm going to get sidetracked again. What I'm saying here is that sometimes I've used my official connections with Black Sun to procure cadavers for work. Which some of these locations I have received bodies from. Granted, sometime in the fall is a very terrible way to say when you got sent or when you worked at this place or whatever, but if you had more specific dates, I might be able to better help you understand who exactly you might have been working for.
How long has it been since we us as the party met up? I just forgot the city name. One sec, I have it written down.
Terra Santa.
Terra Santa. How
Terra
long?
Santa. It has been almost a year, 8 months, 9 months. You guys met in summer of the prior year, and it is now like April, May of the current year.
Anywhere in the time of 10 months ago to 15 years ago. I know that's a pretty broad range, but
I still can't say if you're a genius or not, because it's something that I've met smart people who are so stupid. Anyway, okay. I just happened to notice because a lot of these ports that you've mentioned before, I've received corpses from, and I was curious.
have you ever dealt with these dealers personally, then?
Black Sun, yes, tons of times.
And have you met any of these people in person?
Yes. I mean, the ones who are local, but yes.
Did you ever meet a man with 4 fingers on his left hand? Snake tattoo that wraps around the whole bit of it.
No. Why?
I'm trying to kill that man.
Ah. Okay, let's do some basic structuring of our current conversation. How do you know this man? Like, beyond the fact that he probably did you dirty at some point in time.
He forced me to work for him for 15 years.
Right. And judging by the number of ports here on this terribly written scrawl of paper, you must have been working. He must have been like a ship captain or something.
Yeah, of the sort.
Okay.
All I remember, I never got to really be in on the top of it. I was the guy that moved shit.
Right.
So I remember he had his own ship, and he at least had enough notoriety that someone heard he was coming, they shit their pants. I had never got his name though. That was always information that was outside my pay grade, as I was told.
So did at any point? Okay. I'm gonna speculate here. Did you see something you weren't supposed to at some points?
Yeah.
What did you see?
I saw 2 men talking, one of which was man 4 fingers, and I was curious. I was young, and I peeked into one of the barrels to see what they were shipping, and it was a person looking back at me, dead. I wasn't gonna say anything, but he put it, "You're working for me now," to prevent me from talking. And the moment I guess I served my purpose, or he got some better employee, took me out to the woods, did something that sapped all my basically life away, kicked me into a shallow grave, and left.
What do you mean? He gets more interested. He folds his fingers and he looks more intense. Sapped all your strength away.
All I remember was something constricting my throat, and felt like I guess the strongest poison I've ever felt. I mean, I've been like stabbed by a manticore. I think that's what that was called, and that was awful experience.
I'm sure.
Didn't come close.
Yeah.
Man.
Sorry, poison aside. So it was like, were you just standing there? Was this an invisible force? Were you just suddenly filled with this, or was there something you didn't see?
I didn't see anything.
Right, but so by it being invisible, or you gotta work with me, Arthur, here.
I don't understand this magic shit, man. But
So,
I remember he extended his hand out something wrapped around my throat. Wasn't his hand. I know that for sure.
Did you see this something? Was it some black amorphous thing?
He's like trying his best to remember. Kind of space around my neck shimmered a bit, as if there's something there, but I couldn't see it.
He goes deadpan for a moment. And he just holds. Fuck! I didn't. Waits. One moment to keep that thought. So as he runs off, he comes back with like a hand journal, and he begins scribbling in it like crazy. Something shimmering. You felt your form be filled with a poison, you said?
That's what it felt like.
Okay, and you couldn't really see it besides the sparkle?
No.
Okay.
Like kind of misty, you know.
Was he muttering anything at the time?
I think so. I remember him like, looked like his mouth was moving, but I couldn't really hear it as I was, dying.
You said you wanted to kill this man, correct?
With every bone in my body.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Calm the thoughts. Okay. I have so many questions. Sorry, you find that he gets lost in his thoughts much more often than your normal person would. He just dazes off for a moment. He's like, right. So we're going to find this man, and I think I have a way of doing so.
You do?
Vaguely. It will take some finagling, but I can get some information from my contacts, because like I said, I've ordered bodies from them every once in a while. Granted, bodies, for the most part, well, dubious in trade. I don't think a man would go through so much effort to, kill you for just seeing one body, unless it was something a bit more illicit.
If it was more illicit, I didn't understand it at the time.
I bet you didn't. But that's fine. They didn't want to take the chance. And they didn't have to explain to you anything. And, again, it's not like our university is the only one that doesn't have actual cadavers sent to it. There's other medical practices that do. So body transportation is not something illicit. But now, listen to me. What if these bodies were being used for a different purpose?
I was the one who handed it off.
Right. But you guys, right? Let me make the connection here a little bit. Where's my crayon? The people you are pursuing with your friends is known for making undead whores, correct?
Yeah.
And the man you were working for in the past was transporting bodies.
Oh, you mean they're linked?
Maybe.
That's quite a coincidence. A happy coincidence.
Sure, we'll call it a happy coincidence.
I mean, in the fact that it means my main motive is now both the Book of the Dead and this man, because they are connected.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and get some connection information, and then we're going to go and track him down. Sound good?
That sounds excellent.
Good.
Thank you.
No. Thank you, Arthur.
How to speed run to friendship level 10? Figured out we murdered this guy? I would die for you after I murdered that guy.
With that, he collects his notes and gets up, and then you just hear him murmuring to himself as he leaves the room, talking about something or another.
Arthur starts to like put away the maps and then totally realizes that the maps he got were probably not meant to be, written on.
It's fine. Maps aren't like super fucking expensive in Fantasyland.
Yeah, he kind of like realizes this, like, oh, this wasn't like they didn't give this to me. This was like a borrow kind of situation, and so he kind of just rolls it up back into its tube. Hope no one notices.
Some
It's gonna be
college
like-
student unravels it. Man with 4 fingers. I'm gonna kill that fucker.
Little dude,
Sometime in the fall. What the fuck was this map being used for?
little doodles of a man with guns.
There's little doodles of a man with a gun, and then like a guy, like a little stick figure with X'd eyes, and like a little like squiggle over one hand. Like digits aren't drawn on any of the other like ends of his limbs. He just has one that has 4 fingers. Oh man, this guy only had 4 fingers and no toes. Rough.
But yeah, did Sabrina have anything she wanted to do, or Ishtar?
Who's Sabrina?
I'm sorry, Serena. I was reading it and my brain was like, "That says Sabrina," and then I said it out loud.
Sabrina's one of the students that comes by to learn from.
She may be
She
blonde,
is a
but
teenage
she's not a
witch.
teenage witch. Damn it, you beat me to it. Just barely.
Oh no, she picked up any black cats lately?
No.
Doc at the party. No pets allowed. Serena brings home a cat. 1 pet allowed.
Uh. Hmm. I mean, she's only really asked Varys about her abilities. She could try to research him at the library.
That's his personal library. Unless you mean the college.
If you want to go to the actual college and look it up, you find that there's very little context of girls being able to use lights or abilities and such.
What about healing people?
Yes, actually, in the normal library, there is actually a book about that. Saint Helena of Helenia. Quite a good amount of information about her as well.
Alright, she'll take a crack at that.
Oh man, my favorite are board dump sessions.
In case you were wondering, Kara's just like, God damn it, I closed everything now.
Why would you do that?
It's always this session too that we have the biggest lore dumps and the longest sessions of finding information. Then we've got our other game where it's just hack and slash. Oh, we're beating him up? Yeah, let's go for it.
Fight. Yeah, it's a good balance.
Compared to Doc's notes are a world of difference. If Nova doesn't take notes on anything that isn't like directly relevant to his own interest, or like maybe the party will like want me to know this thing, so I should dedicate it to memory, I guess. And remembers it like in a really dumb way. Meanwhile, Doc's is pretty thorough, though some stuff he's like, that is so fucking fake sounding, I'm not writing that down. That's a bunch of magic bullshit and you're stupid. Meanwhile, Astrid's, as we know, is like fucking 30 pages long notes. And again, that campaign went on a very long time and she can see everybody's name, so I have notes on a bunch of people
I
who
think,
have
the
no
most,
relevance.
I think the most complicated notes I had was Hiram's, because Hiram was the smartest character I've played yet.
He was
where
also learning morals.
He was learning like everything as he went. But then like I go to Sebastian, his notes are primarily things that's happened to him, like, and then in his own spin on it, like primarily. Then it's information he can use to take advantage of people, and or like things he notices about like, oh, I can use this, and
How to
And-
control Finwith imply that he will be abandoned.
uh, he's
Done.
already written small blurbs about the party members of like, I can use this
Aw.
information against them if I want to make them do what I want. Yeah, he's already noted ways he could emotionally blackmail certain people.
Don't worry, Anastasia knows your weakness.
He definitely already figured out Finwith's weakness, and then like, I can use this information if I ever need them to do something for me. And then
Fucked.
it's really fucked.
I appreciate it though.
He was trying to suss it out with Bjorn, because the main thing he was trying to figure out was like, he thought Bjorn was using his own tactics against him. He's like, why is he becoming friendly with me? He's trying to get some information from me. I need to figure out what it is.
He's playing 3D chess with someone who's just like standing next to the board.
Playing the game, yeah. He's like, I'll do this, I'll say this, and he'll probably do this in response. And in reality, it's just Bjorn like,
Reaction.
Bjorn is just like, hey, want to hear a cool story? Hey, I know this cool story. I'll tell you about it. You might be into it. Especially, like, yes, I was interested about it.
Trying to manipulate me. He knows too much.
That's what he was worried about.
Did you ever consider this as like he's implementing friendship through thought?
He was totally convinced Bjorn was trying to manipulate him.
And then disappointed your chess partner ditched.
You're aiming a little high for Bjorn's.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
5 intelligence.
I can't wait to hear his notes on Alexei.
yeah. It's currently, at least now, it's he's more willing to write down the things he knows about you because he sees your worth after he saw you fight. Yeah, as I said, I will speak personally now.
I have to keep in mind with Finwith's notes that unlike my other 2 characters in Anima, Finwith doesn't have a journal, so it's more stream of consciousness of like, those are just things he's going to remember. And if I ever see something and be like, why is that in there? That's probably not useful. I'll actually delete it. Or simplify it to make more sense, because like, Finwith isn't going to care.
That's Arthur's. Arthur's are like simplified because he doesn't understand what's going on for a lot of like the weird magical shit. So he's just he has like, it's dumbed down notes from his perspective.
Yeah, docs are all like switch between like super just straightforward, logical, like this is all that happened, notes to self, notes on the party members or things that we've encountered. And then there's bits where people start talking about like magic or like historical stuff, and he's like, oh yes, your divinely blessed saint who could just whip fireballs out of their ass. I'm sure that's exactly how that worked, the grace of God alone. I'm sure it had nothing to do with any of the magic everybody else is using all over the place. Really puts some things in perspective, doesn't it? But also stop having magic be your excuse for everything. So he gets a little salty in his notes. It's like, supposedly, allegedly.
Jacques is going to have an aneurysm when he finds out about Elan and the fact that there are people with actual God-given gifts
He just throws up his hands.
that are not magic.
When he hears about Nemesis, he's going to just be like, over it.
But back to where we were. Helenia was a small kind of duchdom at the time that was founded by this woman who took care of people with gifts that could not be described as magic and had to be divine, known as Helena, which the principality gets its name from. It is said that when Zorn Giovanni unified Helenia with Asphasia, which was another small like barony at the time that combined with Helenia to form the principality as such, that she went on to help other people in the world. No one ever heard exactly what happened to her. She was not officially sainted by the church until nearly 100 years afterwards, in the year 335. But her gifts were said to carry about them a soft, warm light Sometimes even the clouds would break apart as she performed her various miracles, curing the sick, healing the blind, aiding the crippled, and such. She was, supposedly at the time, a very devout believer of Abel and prayed to Christ on many occasions. Beyond that, there has been several other saints that have occurred in time. None that have ever had an impact nearly as much as Helena did, but that were said to be able to cure the sick, heal the blind, allow people to walk again after crippling accidents.
What was the small dictum that combined with Helena?
Asphasia, which I will write in the chat.
So the cat has started a new fun behavior in the past few days. So when I'm sitting on my at my my desk, like working on something or whatever, she's got in her head like that. Oh man, wow! Alex's computer chair and the bed are actually very close. I know. I'll jump on his shoulder when he's not looking. So every once in a while, I'm just working and like playing a game or something, and I just feel something just go like that on my shoulder, and I get immediately get like startled or something. But then I just like look. I don't get like full on like whoa like flip back, but like I just look and I see a cat there meowing at me.
It's because she hasn't done it during Phasmophobia yet.
I would die. I was playing Phasmophobia in like with my roommates, and like when I'm playing it with them, the ghosts are always so much scarier. Like the time that like a ghost just like my friend and I were just looking around trying to get a pic of it, and it just appears literally like it spawns in my face. That is the most I think I have ever made any sort of exclamation at a horror game, because I made like an audible noise that was that my roommates could hear.
Like, we need to play Phasmophobia again. It's been a minute.
Oh yeah.
True.
But like, it was so fucking terrifying. It was really bad.
Is there any other information that Serena needs to look up?
I guess what she can expect in Dulicart.
Okay.
Might as well look at the place you're going to, right? Eventually.
Let's just hope Ripley never picks up the habit to wait till you're playing Phasmophobia to jump on your shoulder.
Lucretio. Well, Dulicart is the capital of Lucretio, which became a nation after the War of the Cross, when the apostle Joshua de Zed unified the locals who had fought under the banner of the Messiah. Though Joshua's short life made the Holy Kingdom soon fall into continuous power struggles amongst the different noble houses which resided there. For much of Lucretio's history, it was not known as anything more than a region full of nobles who had various petty arguments and fights with each other, and was more or less just a very rural, basic country. There was centuries of chaotic times for the principality that are filled with constant power struggles amongst the nobility and large commercial endeavors that never got off the ground, and murders in the various ruling families that were continuously changing princes. Though, suddenly, and with little warning, all the debauchery and lawlessness reached its peak about 50 years ago or so, with the corrupt government of Prince Bruno Frey, brother to Empress Lucretia Frey, who was the mother of now Prince Lucanor. Once he mysteriously disappeared one day, Prince Lucanor arrived to take control of the principality, and since then, in just 15 years, the principality went from being a debased, lawless, rural country to now one of the forefronts of technology and progressive industrialization in all of Gaia. Dulicart, where the Castle Larks is found and is supposedly home to Prince Lucanor himself, is the center point of a new organization of world-renowned scientists known as Weissenschafts, who are constantly coming out with new life-changing inventions like the Zeppelins that now currently fly across the inner sea to deliver people from various major cities like Carville, and even still to this day maintains a neutral relationship between the warring Azure Alliance and the Empire. Many are looking to Lucanor, as he is the last of the Giovanni bloodline, to eventually come back to Archangel and did something similar that he did to Lucretio, and take over and set everything right, as he apparently has the vast enough a talent and ability to do so.
And then they got left on red.
Yeah, pretty much. Beyond that, if you're looking for Dulicart itself, well, I think they sent you to actually the Grand University, which is not in Dulicart.
Oh, okay.
The Grand University is the largest and most prestigious university recently overtaking Elmora's Grand University, or the Great Library, I believe it's called, as Lucanor has been tirelessly endeavoring to educate the people of Lucretio, and has spared no expense as to gathering the greatest minds to do so. And if you do want information on Dudleycart, it is a fast and growing city, though not nearly the size of Archangel, contains many, if not more, of the technological advances that the city of Archangel has. And many believe that in another few decades will overtake Archangel as the shining front of human civilization.
By the way, how did we get so far down south?
Serena was looking into places she could go to find out information as to what her abilities are. So she was directed to the library.
And I missed, which city is the Grand University in?
It's its own city.
Oh, the university itself?
Yes.
Oh.
The Grand University is a university out in the countryside that has now slowly but surely been gaining a small population of people who live around it. Mostly college kids, but many industrious or entrepreneurial individuals are hopping on to slowly but surely turn the Grand University into its own city. I think even at this point it has a population of, due to the last census taken in 1999, or sorry, not 1999, 999, nearly 1,000 people currently live at or within the proximity of the Great University.
Well, damn.
Currently, the university is run by the Dean Meridian Capel. A very bright and astute individual who has made it her life and career path to educate the young and to teach new and ever progressive ideas to the various youths of the country. All right. Is there anything Ishtar wishes to do?
Ishtar's a little curious about Elmora and its history, seeing it's an ancient city.
He didn't close it this time. Thumbs up.
I did not close it this time. How do you get to the right place in the book?
Yep.
Hauser is one of the oldest cities in the world currently that was not destroyed in the Great War, with Ra back in the early 200th century. Ilmora is what is known as Elmora today is the remains of a nation that was formed by a great set of independent city-states in ancient times. After countless battles for power and massacres between the various settlements, its cultures began to bloom in a very specific way, and the principality reached a certain feeling of general unity after what is known as the Renaissance of Knowledge. where there is a sudden growth of interest in various arts and cultures shortly after the arrival of the Messiah. It is said that Abel at the time, due to his influence, they broke their links with various other more hostile barons and dukes at the time, and began to form one of the great cities, where a great number of scholars settled in the land. 2 centuries after its founding, when the War of God exploded, the territories surrendered to the armies of Judas without any resistance, in a hope that they, instead of destroying their cities and their various libraries, would take them as a launching point for continuing their offensive across the world. And it worked. They surrendered without any resistance, and they were left well enough alone. And although the battles were fought to liberate the Holy Kingdoms, the large cities that had no walls or protections saw no real conflict. So when the smoke cleared, Elmora's 2 most important cities, Hauser and Eustace, remained relatively intact. In the years after the War of God, there was a considerable now growth of the various refugees that approached both the large cities, but since neither of them had their own armies to protect themselves, they became a highly vulnerable target. Soon they became frequent of many violent and brutal assaults. Ironically, both suffered much damage during the post-war time, much more than during the War of God. Regardless of this, their cities remained more or less not razed to the ground, and when Zoran Giovanni arrived in the year 228, he restored order and reinstated the power of the Enlightened Order by popular vote of the Elmorans that joined the Sacred Holy Empire. And yeah. So Elmora is just known as a region that has, for the most part, done its best to avoid conflict as much as possible, and has focused ever since its earlier inception on the progress and recording of the arts and sciences.
Okay.
And due to the sheer number of refugees that came during the post-war times, the rural communities surrounding Elmora's great cities has made the principality itself mostly self-sufficient. Though it's only due to its proximity to Delaborn and Abel that has offered it so much of its security and protection up until this point, as prior emperors have seen the wisdom of helping protect the cities of knowledge.
Okay.
So, after some time, you all come together and begin to speak on what you would like to do next.
The only other things I can think of is 2 people or suggestions that might know more about either the undead or the Book of the Dead or what's going on, but I don't know how we would find them.
Well, I had a chat with Richard, and kind of, I mean, if his assumption, and he makes a good point with it, is true, the man I'm hunting actually might be connected to the whole Book of the Dead business.
Oh, how come?
Well, the guy I worked for chunk of his business was transporting bodies, disposing of it, or selling it. And I mean, from what Richard said, he got contact and got those bodies from that man through Black Sun. So currently, he's getting those connections again to give to me. So could find a lead if we pursue him. I mean, I'm definitely biased in this conversation, like, but there's a chance.
I think needs to hunt down someone who is actively a member of Black Sun, is potentially related to our interest in Black Sun, as well as taking off your to-do list. I don't see why it would not be a viable, if not preferential, option.
I see no problem with going along and finding him. If anything, we might find out more of the Book of the Dead if we find more people of the Black Sun.
Admittedly, Black Sun is a large organization and deal with many things. Not all of them are related to the Book of the Dead, I would imagine. But this one is.
Then, what it sounds like, I'm gonna need you all to promise me 2 things.
What's that, Arthur?
First thing, this man's connected. We get to a position where we can get information from him. I'm gonna need you all to hold me back, because I'm very sure if I see his face, I'm going to immediately put a bullet in between his eyes. And if he's going to give information, I don't want to be the one to take that away from all of us. And then the part 2 of it, we actually do get to the point. Maybe get some nice information from it. Let me be the one to kill him. I need to get that final hit.
I'll keep my hands to myself.
That's all I ask.
I promise.
So I'm sure we can keep you back. Matter of giving your hands something else to do. Perhaps freezing you solid, if sharp.
Actually, do your guns weigh anything?
You know,
They don't need to.
like an extension of myself, but as he kind of like summons it.
Does
I mean, they
Arthur
got
wear like a
weight.
bracelet or something? Or kind of like anything around his hands or anything like that?
He does not.
You're gonna get him friendship bracelets so you can make them weigh like 200 pounds and just floor him.
Hey, if he's not gonna shoot.
That's very fair.
And as a Xanthor, I can threaten to touch you even once.
I mean, that could work, but Arthur could also trick shot. So it's
Yeah, I have some abilities that can mitigate your Echoes Act 3 freeze.
Well, I can at least weigh down his hands and Jock can
So,
threaten him.
He would have to freeze his hands and the guns.
I could try to weigh him down. The cold wouldn't affect him anymore.
I mean, I'm still affected by it. I'm just a bit hardier towards it.
Serena can say some pretty words, Ishtar can try icicle your hands, and if all else fails, I'm pretty sure I can floor you. I do still have some Manticore quiz.
Visibly kind of like moves a little away from you.
I do not have them actively on my person. Though,
Still
feel
worried.
free to get in the habit of that.
See, I forget about that at times.
That is a very poor decision on your part.
I can promise you that, Arthur.
Good.
Um, though I don't think you've ever told us the whole story of why you're going after him.
Definitely told y'all like bits and pieces.
Would it be all right to ask?
Might as well. I told Hell Knight all this. So it's about 16 years ago at this point. And well, I saw something I wasn't supposed to. I was kind of I was exploring a bit and went down to the docks because I like spending my time there. And I kind of saw these two men walk into a more secluded part of it, rolling these barrels with them. These group of people just wheeling it with them. I kind of looked like a little mini parade, so I got kind of curious, and I started following them. And as I followed, eventually they got to where they were. The extra people just fucked off somewhere. I was kind of left with just those two men, and behind them, a bunch of barrels. And so I got curious. Most teens are. I cracked open the top, only see a person staring back at me. Dead, of course, but just a body crammed into a barrel. Obviously, kind of had a shock at that, to which they both turned around. And, I mean, talking with Hell Knight kind of seems like there might have been something deeper going on, but honestly, I mean, even now I don't understand, like, at all what it could have been. But
Well, working alone for him, after having seen something I can understand, keeps you under thumb and makes you complicit. You can't go around and tell somebody else if you've also had a hand in dealings. The question would then be why they got rid of you. What did you see or say or do that they decided to cut you loose?
well, I was good at my job, but like not, great. Um, Eventually, this new guy showed up, and yeah, I mean, he was just better at the job than I was, because every once in a while I had to kind of sneak something past officials. A lot of smuggling work. He's much better at it than I was, and I'm pretty sure I was seen as a. I'm pretty sure my face was being. I got fired and then replaced. And the amount of stuff I did, even though I was kept in the dark for a lot of it, I still knew too much. And so then I was brought out to the woods near Fayon, dragged there, and man of four fingers extended his arm at me, muttered a few things. I felt something constrict around my throat, and I felt strongest poison I've ever felt. Built my blood. And I was then just dumped in a shallow grave. A bit later, I woke up.
It's a little on the nose to have a snake tattoo and have a constricting and poisoning effect on individuals.
A bit on the nose, even.
Perhaps a fitting warning. I'm
was,
curious as to how you survived.
I'm honestly not sure. I remember when I started passing out was just kind of me repeating the phrase, "I'm going to kill you," over and over.
Besides the passing out, What other symptoms? How did you feel? Were there any other physical effects besides the sensation I'm just sort?
Very cold, very quickly. Like all my strength just disappeared. And it wasn't like the Manicore at all. I mean, similar, but the only way I could describe it was it's that immeasurable feeling like you're dying. And that you can't do anything about it, and you're dying. So the only thing you can do is sit there and think about it. Then I passed out.
Did he do anything other than extending his arm?
He muttered a few things under his breath. Something started constricting my throat.
And he didn't need to touch him.
No. I woke up. I have no idea when. I assume a few days. And I've been hunting the man ever since. That was about a month before I met you. 2 months.
Does Ishtar know or have heard of any kind of magic that does something like that?
Not unless Ishtar is capable of it herself.
Which that'd be a twist of the century.
If she
Oh,
knows
I do
Have
that.
constantly hit their visage. Actually has 4 fingers and a snap tattoo.
I think there's not much else I can garner off of Arthur's description. It's probably just magic.
Just seems like magic.
Unfortunately, the methods of magic used is beyond me, obviously. And the description of your effects don't fall into anything specific. Besides, dying.
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like any magic I know of.
Suddenly, the door opens, and Richard comes into the room with some papers in hands, and he's like, "Arthur, oh, you are busy?
No, I was just catching them up. So,
Oh, so they're aware,
yeah.
and no one has any problems with this."
It was very early into meeting Arthur that we had the whole conversation of his entire life goal at present, boiling down to the murder of one man.
Oh, good. Then we don't have to hide any of the specifics of how we're going to go forward with this. I did get some information. Now, as you know, Black Sun is probably very particularly defensive of their sources. Rightfully so. You don't want to, kill the golden egg-laying goose, as it were. Though I figured I'd ask my usual questions and any information. And given the various, receipts and what little information they had for me, I inquired about who exactly has been providing all these bodies over the year, which they defensively said that that's a confidential information, and told me to leave. And when I brought up that there must be some reason that someone can come across bodies so easily, they quickly shut me out and didn't give me a response. Until I was met around the corner by a particular person from Black Sun, a Janice Ackerman. It's with a K, not an H.
Man, I just fixed that spelling. had it spelled with a K at first.
It was supposed to be with K. I don't know why I put an H there. Who filled me in on some interesting information. See, apparently Black Sun has lots of old families who have been with it since its inception. The Ackermans being one of the oldest and more powerful of the families. And so recently, about a couple decades past, when the De La Cruz family suddenly overtook them, making massive amounts of money and selling, well, evil, massive weapons of war. Her words, not mine. And the various experimentation, for the most part, is the only reason why they haven't taken over the organization as a whole. As it is very expensive to currently run such debased and morally, it doesn't matter what she thinks on the matter. What does matter is that she is willing to give us some information that we're looking for. After a few days, she has delivered to me this, as he holds up several sheets of paper. A list of various individuals who've been providing bodies to the De La Cruz family. Now, that by itself is a surprisingly long list. As you can see, there's 3 sheets of paper here. But after asking for some ledgers and manuscripts on the matter, I did some cross-referencing, and since I did recognize some of the bodies that you might have delivered, we don't know yet because you were not for sure of the dates, but considering the possibility, it's very close. I have narrowed it down to a few individuals.
What are their names?
Patience, are they?
In this particular field, patience is something I have very little of.
Oh, you've waited this long. First and foremost, do you remember dealing in Dwanhof, particularly?
Do I DM?
I don't know the trading routes in Anima, but at least how I was thinking of it is just major coastal cities.
Well, so Dwanhof 1 is where Terra Santa was.
Yeah.
Where you guys ended up all meeting.
It's also pirate port.
It's also well known for its pirates, yes.
Yeah, we stopped there a lot.
Well, considering this is a man, we can cross the woman off the list as he marks one of the names off, leaving 2 remaining. And considering that Mr. Cornelius Buckout has recently died, I think we can cross another out, hopefully, on your behalf. Doesn't sound like the man in question would die so readily. Leaving as he motions and he turns the paper over and slides it over to you.
Takes it very quickly.
Just reads Arthur Thompson. Dun, dun, dun.
What?
Arthur Thompson the Greater.
I guess I was my own worst enemy.
I trick-shotted myself with an invisible snake. That's a name that deserves to get killed.
Fritz Van Kuren.
It's not even the Z.
I mean, it was either Van Kuren or Van der Spiegel.
Karen sounds more intimidating. I don't think I could be intimidated by Spiegel.
How about Spoor?
What do you think? Nobody knows his name.
He uses an alias because he has an embarrassing last name. Just got dunked on as a child.
If I tell you my name, I'll just get all embarrassed and laugh at me.
Or I'm looking at the surnames from the region. Van Schoonhoven.
No, God, no.
Van Kuren's fine. Van Kuren's fine. We're good.
No Hogarth.
I can't take a Hogarth seriously.
That's just
Or
Iron Giant.
Westervelt.
One and Iron Giant's the only one I can take seriously.
It was actually either gonna be Van Kuren or Dag. Van Kuren sounds good though.
I like Van Kuren.
And Fritz was one of the best names of the first names. Otherwise, he could have been Simon, Stephanus, Valentine, Adelaide, Ernst,
A lot of those are very punchable names.
Godfried. But yes, so Fritz Van Kuren. Unfortunately, beyond that, I couldn't get any more information on the individual in question. Other than he's good at his job. As amongst the various individuals, and the whole crossing the people off the list thing was mostly just for a show. He delivers about 100 times as many bodies as the other two did combined.
Listen, if he is working for Delacroix, specifically, good. Can deal with the largest blow. Without having to deal with themselves. Hopefully he has none of his own pets.
So, with that information, all you have to do is go out to one of the port cities and ask for where Van Kuren's ship is. And hope we catch him.
Well, if you go around asking for a dangerous individual's name, sometimes they will let themselves be caught. Only to turn it around, of course.
Fair. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
It's a risk I'm willing to take too.
Not to look down on helping Arthur, but why are you interested? Aside from the Book of the Dead.
I mean, that's a part of it, I'm sure. But Arthur described something that was very peculiarly familiar to me about how he was dealt with by Mr. Van Kuren.
It's shimmering manner of murder.
Yes. It
Oh, so-
screams necromantic to me.
Delightful.
Mostly in nature to the fact that it was invisible. Most magic, when you manifest some deadly force, comes with a visual or some kind of appearance of form. I mean, it is hard to kill someone with fire when the fire is invisible, because then it wouldn't be fire. It'd be burning nothingness. I don't know. I'm not a pyromancer. Spiritual type magic is magic that just affects an individual. And the sudden feeling of poison running through his veins, which I thought was first inane, because how would one know what poison feels like? Made me think that maybe sensations of pain or cold running along his veins was a sure sign of death entering the body.
The closest rationalization for what he felt.
In any regard, even if it's not necromancy and it's some other less exciting form of magic, it doesn't matter because we'll be cutting off probably a large supplier of the De La Cruz's family's endless supply of corpses. Which, if we ever want to have any chances of beholding the book, we would need every advantage we can get. And Arthur gets some catharsis in dealing with his arch rival.
Out of curiosity, what if you found out about it anyway, what killed Cornelius Buckout?
I have no idea. I never even thought to ask.
For his spell work, if it is indeed a necromancy, is there a way to, I suppose, ward against it, to be prepared?
Yes. Yes. Granted, it's going to cost a pretty penny.
How much?
I would say in the range of 50,000 gold crown.
Ishtar suddenly sees moths flying out of her coin purse.
I do wizards have a lot of money?
The successful ones do. I think is the same as anyone else. I am as surely not one of those. But, I mean, you guys have been staying in a luxurious mansion for over a month now. So, I mean, you should probably know better than most.
I suppose that's true.
See, the problem lies in the fact that spiritual magic is incredibly hard to defend against. It's not something that flies at you. It's just something that affects you. It's invisible, and it affects your very soul. Something that necromancy seems to have a particularly strong grasp of. That's our essence magic, I suppose, but I don't view this Van Kuren individual as an essence user. Talking to trees and animals and such. Nah.
What's wrong with that?
It's lack of death.
I mean, yeah, I never caught him like talking to a fish or something.
If it was necromancy that took him out, how was Arthur still alive?
I don't know, and I'm excited to find out why.
Is that weird?
Yes. Necromancy is just death. There's no it's not like a poison or anything. You just die. You just cease to function with no particular reason as to why. It's like your very spirit is suddenly ripped or left wounded or sundered. Oh god, necromancy is so great.
He kind of like waves a hand, focusing on the party as he leaves him in his little moment, and it is a step further than the explanation for the kind of gestures with a hand. It simply destroys, and not in the flashy way of your very uncreatively called destruction magic. It is simply antithetical.
As most magic users are very straight to the point, most magics are based on just elements. I say pyromancer, but technically it's practitioners of the tree of fire.
Why a tree?
because the current diagram and visualization of magic is represented by a tree, as there are opposing elements, as he motions as if he's looking at a chalkboard, branches from one side of the tree that affect more of the dark side of elements, opposed by those on the opposing side and the opposing branches as such. So, for instance, Ishtar, I've seen you reading a book and you haven't really asked me much questions, but I'm going to assume you're a magic user of some form.
I am a magic user. I'll admit the books I've been reading has been more on my bloodline for different reasons. I haven't really had a chance to read the magic books.
Oh, well, anyway, you use magic, yes?
Yes.
Cool. What magic do you use?
She thinks
She
on it
just
for a
gets more random.
Have you had no formal training on the matter?
No, everything I can do, I figured out on my own.
And large focus has been on water and ice.
Water.
If it's not straightforward, then it is.
No air is a thing. I can change minerals.
Oh, interesting.
You have the habit of floating furniture and to bash things.
It's very air magic, yes.
I can make something more breakable.
Destruction. Interesting. So you've no formal training, but you have all these smattering of schools. The ones that interest me the most is the air and earth combination, as these are two opposed elements on this tree. Did you find any difficulty in learning one over the other?
No, they were very easy.
Interesting. Well, I find that my point has suddenly been smashed to pieces, but then again, most magic casters can't do magic, as much magic, willy-nilly. So, Ishtar must be some aberration of some form when it comes to magic. Okay, here's a good example. Necromancy doesn't exist on the tree. So, all magic becomes harder to learn once you master necromancy.
It's almost like you're disconnecting yourself from the tree of magic.
Yes, and that's the exciting part of it, because it all comes from schools of thoughts. The magic is learned off of a tree because it's very much learned from a history of knowledge and thoughts, and comes from the same family of thought, as it were. So one who learns about fire, for instance, learns magic that in a very fire magic kind of way, has its own kind of rune symbols, rituals and the such. These are almost alien to those of water, and thus it becomes much more difficult to understand, and Arthur's falling asleep.
Sorry.
Sorry. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, that's the reason why they're in branches. Any other questions? Good. So, when are we going to go...
Raises his hand, puts it down.
when are we going to go deal with this individual who has been plaguing Arthur so much, and also give us one step closer to the De La Cruz family?
Where would we be heading?
I would imagine the nearest large port. Beginning to work our way through ones most commonly worked from your experience. Also.
At least for time scale, I'm ready to leave in like 10 minutes.
Well, I would say the man deals mostly in ports in Faerun and Dwanhof, as he has made deliveries to mostly these two ports, on the odd occasion stopping by in Carville to drop off some cargo, though very rarely are those of the interesting variety.
Then we can always just stop by where I'm from. Port Madale.
Sure, if you feel like having a nostalgia trip on our way.
I mean, it wouldn't be a good one, but that's where I met him first.
Well, it's as good a place as any. Granted, most of the more illicit trading is done in Dwarnhof, so...
Yeah, have to work our way up the coast as a way. It's either that or travel some month again. Though I'm sure Redvin would have no issues stopping in to ensure the other families have behaved thus far.
You guys would be okay with going to Moth?
We've been to Moss.
That's how we met Radovan.
Okay is a strong word, I think.
I mean,
It's
I'll
just
be more okay once I can shoot a ghost.
paired.
Resigned to the reality that it is Redvin. Look out.
Still, did you see any spirits, any ghosts?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Everyone
know
would
we
be
did.
Arthur.
Please, tell me everything you saw in great
Explain.
detail.
He gives him the whole story.
Serena explains some parts when he leaves
Thank
out
you.
detail.
Because then
Okay.
he's like, and then I closed my eyes, and I had them closed. I heard this. He starts telling the story from the perspective of him with his eyes closed.
That's fine. So they were able to make noises, so they must have had some kind of corporeal form for a certain period of time. Sorry. Thank you, Serena.
Of course.
All right, good, excellent. Well, that was a description of variety. And you
Thank
guys don't know anything more than that, other than that they existed and did things, right?
They're like the something procession.
I think what Gab told us is they show up if someone has a violent death.
That makes sense. A lot of, oh, goodness, how to put it in the layman's terms. People who die violently, sometimes their spirits becomes corrupted by an emotion that imprints itself upon the wake.
And I'm sure the man was already corrupted. He had gone to a abandoned city and fell and returned, claiming to be the second coming of Abel.
I mean, unless he died in a particularly violent way.
Oh, no, he did.
Arthur just starts like looking away.
He just whistles over there.
I mean, if he wasn't tortured or anything, if he died quickly or... it depends on how he died, but the procession of souls, or whatever you all call it, is probably a group of specter-like beings that instill fear in individuals so that when they die, they become a similar being as to themselves. You are chased by a large number of them.
Oh yeah, it's terrifying.
The moths are an interesting aspect as well. I'll write down some more information. Anyway, I could ask questions for hours. And I will, on our journey. To pass the
Radovan would
time.
probably know more about the ghosts that live in his home country than we do.
Yes, I will be sure to ask him questions.
I'm sure he would be delighted to see if you know any helpful things for their sleeper problem.
Sleep problem? What are you referring to?
Individuals go to sleep and do not wake in a comatose state.
In Moth, you said.
Yes, Gehenna Forest specifically.
It'd be hard to theorize based on not seeing the bodies, but they're comatose.
They can be kept alive, but there is no reaction.
And I believe he said there was no light of them in there at all.
That would make sense. That sounds like a spiritual severing.
Just says terms, just says stuff.
Something has pulled their spirit from their body.
No, I understand the word severance. Kind of looks startled for a moment. Understands probably for his good. Yes, but what manner could cause such things? And is it something that is reversible?
Well, an entity capable of affecting one's essence so purely, I would have to say, would have to be a being closely associated with the elements of darkness. Or necromancy. And it's probably not necromancy. It's never necromancy.
In our specific case, it is already necromancy, so perhaps you would be lucky with it too.
Maybe. We can go and take a look at this sleeping sickness. Whichever comes first, I'm interested by both.
Then we can check on the Amorose family and make sure they're not trying to cause chaos.
It's true. Whatever
So-
that means.
One lives at all the houses.
Ah, sounds complicated.
It is.
But it takes always, huh? Or so when you're a bunch of multiple century-old vampires. I imagine.
Though, even if we were to look into these individuals, we would need someone capable of entering into the wake.
How do you know if someone's capable of entering the wake?
When they practice magic that revolves around doing so.
We really don't need somebody who can just casually step into the wake and drag us with them while visiting Both.
All right, I'll put Ferdinand the Wake Walker away.
Ferdinand, the Wake Walker. It's a title.
Unfortunately for me, such things are beyond my power. Not that I would have permission to do so anyway, but if we found a competent enough essence mage, I'm sure they could do something similar. They have a lot of abilities that allow them to surpass the barrier between this world and that. The good ones, anyway.
If nothing else, it is information that can be passed on to the individuals investigating it.
Maybe, what's his name? The one that was at the hospital. Maybe
And
he
then
knows.
this is the one I was referring to.
Maybe he knows an essence user. He did say he's more into exorcisms.
I would imagine if he was familiar with someone like that, he would already have put two and two together with them about their problem, if that is in fact what's happening. But perhaps, even if he does not, informing him of such could potentially be helpful.
He did describe an individual that he was trying to have help him, but he's disappeared for years.
Yeah, he went into the forest.
Well, traipsing around in the forest outside of Rosencrantz sounds like a horrific idea.
It does.
I'd rather not do it.
I have better things to do than to spend the rest of a shortened lifespan wandering a forest full of myths and monsters.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're uninterested, but if you were a proficient enough wake mage, as it were, the wake would, or moth would probably be the region to go to, as the it is theorized that the veil between the real world and the wake is thinnest in that region. Which
It
is
makes sense why it's such a miserable existence.
Yes. But when you are someone who can manipulate the fabric of the wake, it's a great place to do so with little effort. And said individuals could create for themselves, in theory, little literal paradises within the wake.
So finding them, I imagine, would be difficult. Unless you happen to wander into a paradise.
Yeah. There is a place I would like to go at some point, though, just because it sounds spooky and perfect. It's known as the Witch's House, somewhere on the southern parts of Moth.
What's the witch's house?
Apparently, it's a large manor that in aeons past used to belong to a witch, and she was known as a great practitioner of magic, and apparently, upon her death, she blurred the lines between the wake and the real world to the point where she now exists in a perpetual state between life and death in this abode. Granted, the only ever reports I've come out of that area is people go in and see lots of ghosts and spooky things that happen. Very supernatural occurrences. Some have been fatalistic, I suppose, but that could also just be hearsay and rumor.
Take it you would also be interested in a place like Eldara.
Like where?
Scythians fell on the what I mentioned before, the second coming individual visited. Apparently the entire populace vanished instantaneously, and it is now shrouded in mists where only the shadows can be seen occasionally.
That does sound like a wonderful place to go. It does sound like someone or some people, a ritual of some form, probably tried to bring the wake into the real world. That happens from time to time. Usually happens in failure.
Why?
Because the wake is a malleable form of existence in which within someone could have powers akin to a god.
I feel that would never go quite well, considering there would be other people that would then be able to move it as well.
Well, if you become the master of said realm, yes, but you are also correct in the assumption that it rarely goes well. Otherwise, we'd have godlike entities or beings in our world living in various, creepy ass places and such. So, apparently, it's either really hard or impossible, but people keep trying anyway.
Maybe they should have moved across the border into Mars before they went forth. Irregardless, I believe that we have a rough heading.
And if we could, since I think it's on the way, if we could stop in Helenia.
It is between us and Fel.
We literally have Helenia on almost all sides of our borders in Elmore.
Yeah.
Where in Helenia?
I'm mostly going there to find out more of the saint with the same name.
So you're interested in the synchronization of burial, right?
I guess so.
The Saint Helena.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Very much opposed to me in every way, shape, and form, but
I think we have a lot of differences that I'm interested to find out on our journey, Richard. She kind of says with a light smile.
why? Do you think you have some connection to Helena?
Not sure, but it's the best lead that I found on certain things.
Well, if you had some form of synchronization of burial, have you ever done any non-magical things?
I have used it to heal people, um, destroy undead in some cases.
I mean, you could just be a magical freak like Ishtar. No offense. Aberration. That's a more polite way.
No freak is appropriate. She just gives a shrug as she drops the visage finally.
Oh,
No freak is a normal term.
I feel like I have said something inappropriate. I'm
She
sorry.
just pulls the visage back up.
People have never been my strong suit. I'm sorry.
All the more reason to work with the dead.
Yeah.
There's so much quieter. But there's a possibility of such. I guess. Could you perform one of these miracles right now?
I mean, I could if somebody was hurt, I suppose, or poisoned.
Doc just smiles at Arthur.
Backs away a little.
Ishtar tentatively raises a hand to save Arthur.
No, I'm not going. He actually has an uncomfortable shift as he actually writes his clothes for a moment.
We're not gonna poison anybody.
But he does pull off a glove.
What's up?
Arthur just
Ishtar takes a step back.
Arthur starts getting close to panicking.
You're
Hey,
all
it's
such
just-
babies. Come on now.
He literally just pulls his sword just slightly out and cuts his finger along it. I would not suggest touching. Not without gloves.
Right. And she'll walk over and kind of place her hands around and concentrate, and the damage is healed. With a flash of light.
Yeah, no magic was used, unless you were very good at hiding it, which I doubt.
I don't think so. I don't know. Well, I only know what Ishtar has told me about magic and a little bit of what I've asked others.
I'm sure the Inquisition would have been more of an issue.
Oh, I mean, the Inquisition, if you sneeze in the wrong way, they'll kill you for it.
But they called on it massively. So,
I have a great story about the Inquisition sometime. An individual I knew once had the horrible misfortune of sounding like a demon every time they sneezed. It was just a very deep, noise. I can't recreate it, but it sounded demonic. Now, I'll tell you, they were not any kind of individual who was special in any way, shape, or form, other than he made a mean stroganoff, and we were close friends for a while. But yeah, it was just, he would sneeze, and he would sound terrible. It would scare one in the middle of the night if they were unaware of the peculiarity, for sure.
Doc looks tired just listening to this.
Unfortunately, one time when we were traveling around in Carville, he sneezed, and it so happens that this was the one time an Inquisitor was nearby. He was taken in, and I haven't seen him since. Now, me at the time, who was a young apprentice mage and definitely magical, or at least adjacent, was sure that my non-magical friend would come back and let him go. I kept to my own the best I could and didn't help him, and I figured he would come back. I'm sorry, that was supposed to be a funny story. It was really funny knowing the individual when he sneezed. Because, truly, you could not create better demonic noises if you had a literal demon in your presence.
We can see about that.
But anyway, sorry. Yeah, so...
As for Serena's capacities,
let's get ready for our journey, and you guys can decide whether you want to head up to Moth or to find this four-fingered man. Oh, excuse me. Apologize. And fun times to ensue. Just give me a little bit of a heads up so I can give a proper 2 weeks notice.
of
I
course.
thought you did that already.
I did. It wasn't proper though. And then you guys decided to stay for a month. You guys fucking suck.
Yeah, just a tad.
Do you want to leave on better terms than you were about to the last time?
Yes, please. As much as I'm super interested in finding this Book of the Dead and will throw everything at it, I don't want to sit starving on the streets while you guys are having a nice time in such a luxurious mansion.
But I'm sure if nobody has any other options, our simplest heading would probably be to go directly into Helenia, let you do your research, continue on into Gabriel, as Redovin also wished to get contacts there. Head into Fairn and begin your hunt for your individual. If we find nothing there, or if we complete it, we can head up into Moss so that Redovin can check on things. And from there, decide what we're doing. If we have not found your individual in Fairn, then we carry on back into Bloodwolf. It seems to line up well enough. Any disagreements?
None for me.
Lines up well.
Then I will update Redovin. And he pulls himself up.
I'll come with you. And she stands.
There happens to be a carriage line that goes from Hauser to Farna and Helenia. Beyond that, we wouldn't be too far from a cathedral of the Saint of Helena if Serena is really interested in looking into such a thing.
Sounds like a good route as any. How much is the carriage? It's not 5,000, is it?
Oh, my dear child, I feel so bad for you because you think that prices like that are normal.
Everybody's been talking to me like they're normal.
Well, that's because you're staying in some old crone's mansion for a month.
We also did ask specifically about ways to ward against necromancy and were informed the only method cost about, what was it, 50,000 gold?
Well, yeah, if you want to defend yourself against spiritual magic, that's just the price to pay.
You've not been updated. It would appear that is likely the method of Arthur's failed murder.
Of Arthur's failed what?
Murder.
Failed murder.
As in, that's how he would have died had he not lived.
Oh. Yeah, oh, okay. I have, because we... Never mind. Anyway, So it is not too expensive. I'm sure your what do they call them? Patron would be willing to offer you some gold to do
okay,
so.
that was the confusion, because Serena and I had said that we left to go talk to Radovan and update him.
Oh, well, yes, and then he said to you guys as you were leaving,
Okay, no,
there is a wagon or carriage that goes to Farna.
Yeah. And that's why Serena said that would be as good a journey as any, or route as any.
And I guess you guys mistook my Radovan voice for my.
I didn't. I thought we had stopped to talk to Richard again.
Okay. But yeah, so. You guys can take a carriage. You don't have to walk there, or at least halfway to this church.
I'm sure Radovan would appreciate that after trudging through the snow and walking all the way to Ilmora.
You have no idea.
His
But
poor heels.
you guys go and inform Radovan of such, but he nods and he says, I'm not too particular on going along with Arthur's assuredly self-destructive route to vengeance and the catharsis that comes with such. But it does sound like this will also lead you in some small parts on your way to dealing with the De La Cruz family. So, sure. I just need to let some of my contacts in the city know that we'll be going, and we'll be on our way. He seems tireder than usual.
Have the meetings been really hard on you?
They've been too productive. I don't know how you mortal races do things in such timely and quick fashions.
There is no time for any other option.
I suppose. I feel bad for you.
But if it makes you feel any better about the trip, Moths is not too far from Fair. So, if you would like to return to Rosenkrantz to check on the savants.
I'm afraid if we do that, it's going to become its own thing. Especially if the Amaros family, as usual, will cause trouble.
But if we find his individual in Fair, we will see where our leads for the Book of the Dead are at that point.
Though, Feon is a bit hard. See, there is a big mountain between Feon and Moth.
I mean, the upper side has the plateau. This is that one on the map.
1 second, pulling up the map.
There's a big mountain between Gabriel and Moth, and a far bigger one between Coldheart and Moth.
Oh, I am mistaken. There's just the Summer Plateau, which actually is quite the large trek from northern Feon. But if you take the routes to Schlotterstein, it's actually quite amiable.
Depends where we end up in Fair. And if we must continue into Dwanhof to find our individual. Either way, we'll be in the region. And either our connections will lead us elsewhere, and we can part ways for you to return to Rosenkrantz, or we can drop you off. Or you're welcome to continue along. We'll see how it goes. If you would prefer to stay in a larger city, where it's more easy for you to manage your missives, free to do so at any point.
Are you trying to get rid of me, Jacques?
I am giving you options.
I said I would help you on your journey, and I intend on doing so. You can't get rid of me that easily.
We
has
don't-
like the 4-mile stare off in the distance.
Don't look at me like that. You've enjoyed our dates.
His face sours immediately.
Oh, you guys went out?
Yes, we went out to see the theater and some of the art museums.
There's a plethora of culture in Ilmar to enjoy.
You
Oh,
wouldn't
sorry.
know it's by his looks, but Jacques actually really likes the high-class stuff.
I mean, there is a lot of pretty art out there.
There is. Maybe next time we can go, Serena. I would have offered at the time that Jacques asked, but I was so flabbergasted that he would even dare to do so that I just couldn't help but occupy him to myself.
There's a very quiet mutter by the well, I didn't ask.
Oh,
Just grumbles to himself.
you didn't even have to ask him. Shock, I'm so happy for you.
John just looks like he's been stabbed multiple times. Pained and uncomfortable with the situation.
I'm sorry,
That's
Jacques.
also the art conservatory. He just kind of steamrolls past and just says the art conservatory. Sounds like how say we are in no rush as well.
Next time we'll invite everyone along on our little date.
Depends on how long Arthur wants to linger. Eyes away, he begins to walk towards the door. That was all.
He's so shy. We had dinner together as well, and it was glorious. I learned a lot about him, actually.
Well, you kind of just sat there and didn't eat anything. Just stares at awkwardly, like, so how is it? It's not blind, but you know.
I'm glad he's opening up to somebody at least.
I think he's starved of the life he used to live.
Admittedly, I don't know much about the higher class stuff.
Unfortunately, unless you come from money, it's something that most people will find unattainable. But that's fine. You all know me, and you're my family now, so we can go out and have all the glorious arts, tours and nice dinners, and I can dress you and Ishtar up in all the beautiful clothing that we can find. And we're going to Gabriel, aren't we? Oh, there are some boutiques. There's some boutiques that I've been ordering clothes from for a while now, but I get to go in person and see them. Oh my God! You see his life fills Radovan up
We have to
again.
go right now.
Cerrito's just like, well, I suppose it's a small price to pay to see the many more faces of Jock that I don't get to see very often.
You act like you hate being dressed up.
I just don't understand it, I suppose.
Because you don't understand how beautiful you are, Serena. You and Ishtar. Your features, your form. When you look, the way you look when you have the mascara on and the lipstick. And, you're like models in real life. But you're so much more humble and so much more well-fed. It's brilliant. It's beautiful.
Arthur's just been sitting here for this whole conversation and murder me.
Oh god, that one got me. I don't know why.
So much more well fed. A vampire would care.
Yeah, it's fair.
In addition to somebody who, I don't know, has morals.
Have I been eating too much? Clicks down. No, I think I'm fine.
But yes, so with the promise of culture and beauty on the horizon, Radovan has been filled with a new luster for life and preps you guys for your journey to head out to Gabriel. I mean, to find the four-fingered man.
Oh, of course.
Of course, yes, can't forget that. Radovan just looking in directories for boutiques along the way.
Serena and Ishtar just feel a shiver up their spine. Just kidding.
Oh,
Such
don't
fun.
think it's only you two. You two have just been the funnest, but you guys have been practice. We will get Jacques and Arthur in on it as well.
No, will not.
Shut up! You don't have a say in this, Arthur. You don't
Oh.
understand. You have to look your best at any great life event.
Show up in a 3-piece suit to murder, dude.
I do think you need a few more shirts, Arthur.
I mean, yeah, I could buy a few more, but like, because I have like 2 of them.
And,
And they're like-
undergarments, please.
Arthur's just walking around in his long underwear. He's just like, this is normal.
I wonder if it's possible to learn how to sew.
I'll buy a few, but I'm not getting that treatment as he like indicates to Serena and Ishtar.
But when you arrive on the scene in front of the four-fingered man, you have to make a statement with your appearance.
The statement I'll make is a bullet going in his head. That's a pretty big
After-
statement.
After we get information.
Yeah, sure.
I will drug you myself and take you to the parlor.
Doc has manticore venom. Your bi-daily reminder.
And Jacques, I thought that was questionable, but now I approve. Come willingly, Arthur.
Lucky for you, I never sleep.
Well,
I sleep for an unspecified amount of time and an unspecified time every day.
in an unspecified place.
Yes. Unfortunately for you, we spend nearly 24 hours together. So even then, you're not safe, my friends.
Shit. What if I was just immune to poison?
I'm just saying. As your patron through your endeavors to do whatever it is you guys are doing, I demand some kind of compensation.
You're gonna make me one outfit. That's it.
Deal!
Now he has to capitalize and shove as much into one as possible. You're gonna end up with a suit or some shit.
That was probably further than he thought he was gonna get.
It's okay. We'll get him in a nice
Roll
suit.
persuasion.
We'll get him in a nice suit and then we'll try on accessories for an extended period of time.
I
Just-
said an outfit.
Yeah, an outfit. We have to make sure it all comes together, Arthur. You know this takes time, right?
That's the part I don't like.
Ah, it's too bad for you. You already agreed. One outfit. One outfit.
You get to pick out one, so like that's the one you settle on, so you can still make him try a bunch of them. You can just only buy him one.
Now he said, one outfit. I am choosing the outfit, and we are going to do fittings. We are going to make sure it's perfect, and we're going to make sure you are dressed to the nines, I think is how they say it nowadays.
I am in hell.
Question, Radovan, is makeup a girl's thing or does it apply to everyone?
Jacques. You would.
You get near Jock's face and he just immediately has a glove off. It's like, you touch mine, I touch yours.
You don't understand, but eyeliner. It would look so good with your continents.
Also, I'm amused Ishtar asked, is that a guy thing? Radovan with a full face of makeup on the regular.
As far as she's known, he has a similar ability. She doesn't. She doesn't know. She's not been paying attention.
Just the immediate, like, punch down. Jacques! He's gonna murder you all in your sleep.
In all fairness, Ishtar has never known makeup, so she's not sure if it's strictly a woman's thing or if it goes on either side.
Yeah, we know you're a bunch of backwater villagers.
No, she's just a feral church lizard. Leave her alone.
But she's our feral church lizard. By the way, Jacques avoids you all for the rest of the day. His patience is done.
You guys are gonna go. You're gonna go to literal heaven on earth for Radovan once you go through Gabriel. There's no better place to just spend money on frivolous things than Gabriel.
I really want to go to those Gabriel restaurants. We went to one kind of like that moth, but like a legit one would be pretty cool.
Die, you bastard, die.
Maybe there's some interesting sites in Gabriel we can go see.
If it'll make you feel better, Jacques, we will make sure that we rent out like a parlor section to ourselves.
Jacques not there to hear this, or else he would have aged 4 years on the spot. And then would have had a small fit over gray hairs.
Oh, Jacques, you look so good with a shock of white.
No.
It gives you a sense of oh goodness, not diligence.
Makes it look dignified.
Dignified, yeah, it gives you a look of diligence. Dignified, yeah, it's not the same word. Dignified and respectable look. Oh man. Given a few decades, you're going to look like such a representable old aristocrat. I can't wait to dress you up then, too.
You're all his nightmare in your own special ways. It's so impressive. You've distilled multiple types of torture down to characters.
Richard is just looking on at this, and he's just like, oh, okay.
What is this party dynamic?
Actually, that's a good question. If we're going through Gabriel, Richard, do you have an outfit to blend in?
Yes. I mean, I was a college professor for almost 6 years now, 7.
Okay.
Yes, I haven't quite gotten the look for Richard yet. He always comes off as so scholarly. I like the button-up shirts, the shocks of white gives him that sense of dignity. He comes pre-dressed, but when it comes to you all, well, I mean, Jacques aside, granted, it's always nice to buy him the accessory every once in a while. It's just like working with an untilled field.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yes, it means I can literally make anything I want. You don't come with this preset image of dignity, so I can try so many things until I find the perfect thing. It's been so fun up until this point, and now Arthur has agreed to one outfit, and I can't wait. I think I'd like to go something with like a business, but like, oh goodness,
my only request is that I actually can move around in it, and I can shoot somebody if needed.
Oh, of course. We're gonna get you a nice vest and everything so that your arms will have free motion. Some, probably khaki pants.
Serena tries to add to it and gives him like bedazzled gun holsters for his fake guns.
Serena, why would you do such a thing? That's gaudy and not what we're going for.
Should have got the sequin ones instead.
Who invented these?
I was just thinking, it's like announcing in the next patch the Arthur skin.
It's as gaudy as humanly possible.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to go for the gang boss look. Like, what do they call it nowadays? Mafia? Is that the right one?
Don Arthur
I would.
shows up in a pinstripe suit, whips out 2 guns, gets his revenge. Long monologue. Randomly has a cigar and an Italian accent.
Anyway, so you guys are prepped physically and mentally for the journey ahead, and you head off. So, is there anything you guys want to do to prep before heading off on your journey?
I'm gonna take a look at my items real quick.
Nice. Sure, I'm gonna pick up a few extra provisions just in case, and maybe some candles for reading.
Okay.
Yeah, after the suitcase full of stuff and the mundane travel stuff taken care of, all I need in my life is my in-game weapon.
You know, I think Serena would be like really happy with Arthur's pursuit of like knowledge. I think she would want to pick him up a compass.
Okay.
Get him his own map so he can trade out the other one.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have his own map.
Or have a brand new one to deface.
Just look up what that would cost.
So, on your journey, as it is now starting to become late spring at this point, you guys have your nice days in the carriage. Unfortunately,
Stuff between you guys and him.
you guys have to have thick curtains on your carriage windows, as Radovan would prefer not to wear too much clothing and would also not like to burst into flame.
Understandable.
Probably fair.
It's a nice, it's a 8-person carriage, which is pretty big. 4 to a seat on the inside, and opposing seats. Taking peeks out the windows, you can see vast rolling green hills and plains. As the capital of Hellenia is found what's known as the Lands of Calm. It's a very simple, rural area. It is well guarded from the elements to the south and north, and the temperature here is rather nice for growing crops. It's a very peaceful area. Upon entering into the city, you guys see that it's filled with a colorful assortment of simple buildings of wood and stone that extend farther than the eye can see, out into large parts of open grassy plains and filled with livestock and the such. The city is saturated with vast produce and
I'm
such.
just like, something break. I need to go check on the cat.
No worries. Large open markets full of various produce, homegrown, farm-grown. Your choice of various fruits, vegetables, and cuts of meat. And lots of personally made handcrafts as well. It's very popular in this kind of region. Though you do definitely see that there is a lot of the hallmarks of Christianity throughout the city. A lot of iconography of, the church, Abel, lots of Helena, the saints, even a large statue in a particular plaza of her, hands in a prayer-like motion, carved out of marble. And it is here that you guys stop to make preparations to take a cart, not carriage, but cart, to the church, or the cathedral of St. Helena. Not too far off. So is there anything you guys want to do in Farna while you're here?
I guess we could look around and see what it has to offer.
She didn't break anything, but she did jump into a water bowl and get herself stuck under it.
Nice.
She's also soaked because she immediately, upon entering my room, walked into my mini fridge and jumped onto the back of it, where it's just always kind of watery at the top. Babies. Agents of chaos, all of them.
Yeah.
What's Ripley doing?
She is asleep, but she
Oh, there she
makes
is.
a little noise. So
Aw.
She has become a loaf.
she last night we were all hanging out like pretty late, just in our living area, and we had the window cracked open a bit, and she got really upset that we weren't opening the entire window for her. It's like she could put her face against like the mesh or something. So she tried her damnedest to like open it herself. She knows how to open it. She's just not strong enough. It's like she had her paws in between a little gap, like trying desperately to shift her body weight like left, but she couldn't because she weighs like 4 pounds.
Precious
Adorable.
little baby.
She eventually will get to a point where she understands, and that scares me.
I've lost my arm and it's my fault.
He looks betrayed.
He is.
So, looking around the town, like I said, Farna is simple. It is the capital of Helenia, though, despite that, unlike several other capital cities you guys have seen, this is just much simpler in design. The large markets of open produce and various knickknacks are probably one of its biggest claims, though you do see various individuals from time to time, knightly looking fellows wearing a blue tabard with like a white cross on it, walking about the city, not doing anything in particular, just seem to be doing patrols.
Does the symbol have any significance?
Yes, it's the cross, which is a sign of Abel.
Ah, that's fair.
Do these look like inquisitors or more like just guards?
No, the Inquisitor garb is white with a red cross,
Okay.
but they don't look like city guards either. They look like knights of some form.
It isn't uncommon for there to be orders. That's what Gabriel never thought.
True.
Considering St. Helena's importance in the area, they might be related to that.
Reminds me of home.
But beyond that, nothing too particular or fancy.
Okay. Also, I couldn't find the price for a compass.
You can find the price for what?
A compass.
Compass for
Not listed in the
Oh,
shop.
because I'm sure it's not listed, yeah. I will say it will be 3 gold crown.
Sounds fair.
not that Serena would know otherwise.
It's expensive, but you know. It's a very particular piece of technology.
Sure. If you're interested in finding out information, you can always ask the individuals or the church.
Radovan is out with an umbrella to go and make preparations for your trip to the cathedral. And Richard is not super interested in everything going on, and he is just like, natural lights.
The sun. And then Radovan, like, bonds.
Bitch, you don't even know.
But hey, farm fresh produce.
That's true. Yeah, Serena will pick up some stuff to make a meal while they're on their journey. Because it's better than eating travel rations.
That's fair. So just go based on whatever a cheap meal is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have that part open, so I might as well. Mediocre.
Yeah, that's fine. Since you're buying the materials yourself.
That's fair. Well, upgrade it to normal. It's not much more of a charge. Why not?
I mean, it's only that way because you're buying raw components to make a meal.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's not that you're buying lesser food, you're just making it yourself.
And it's 100 to a silver, yeah? 100 copper to a silver, rather.
Yes. No, it's 10 copper to 1 silver. And then 100 silver to 1 gold. After a bit, Radovan comes back. Says, it'll be a couple days by carriage, but that's okay. I'll do my best to try to preserve my complexion. And good news, the carriage is relatively cheap.
That's good. Oh. What does relatively cheap mean for you?
It was about a silver a day.
Okay. She kind of like exhales.
Why?
Just been talking to a lot of people that have been saying like 5,000 gold crown, like it's a common thing, I guess.
In certain circles, I'm sure, but that's not cheap. It is easy for some, more than others. Though I would find that anyone who's mentioned something as being cheap would be someone who never earned their own wealth. Not that I'm much one to talk, but I have also been handling the economics of Rosencrantz for a decade or so.
I'm just glad that somebody has said something I understood as well.
So, with that, and before too long, you guys get into a pretty mundane cart. No seats, so you guys just have to sit down and before too long, you guys are out on the road.
Serena puts on her new scarf.
It's a pleasant ride. It takes a couple of days, but it's a pleasant ride. Just looking out over the open fields. It's very serene. The nights that you prep to cook the food, Richard offers his assistance.
Sure.
Alright, so he says as he rolls his sleeves up and he cooks, and he's actually a pretty good cook.
She presents the spice rack or the adequate spice rack that she has, along with the food that they have to prepare.
He looks over and nods, and yeah, he cooks almost as if he is a professional.
She might learn a thing or two from him. She hasn't quite learned, gotten a knack for it yet.
If you ask him, he shrugs and he says, well, one's a bachelor out in the city of the arts. You pick up some things every once in a while. Also, when you don't make a lot of money and you have to eat whatever you can get, you decide to try to make it taste better.
I can understand that. I've mostly been doing it to kind of give people a reprieve from travel rations every once in a while.
Yeah, I survived on stale bread for a while from time to time, so I get that feeling all too well.
But I'd be happy to learn from you a bit if you're willing to teach.
Of course. I'm a teacher after all. I guess this is just one more thing I can teach someone else.
She seems to get a bigger smile on her face than she's shown in the presence of Richard, or kind of like a little happy dance.
Did you know that carrots actually have a similar consistency to human fingers?
And it's
That's my favorite fact.
They were having such a cute moment, and now the moment is gone.
That's my conversation starter. He stole it.
As he is a good cook, he also is Richard, and thus will bring up weird bits of information. Not all the time. It's not like the whole time you guys are cooking, he's just talking about various foods' consistencies compared to people. But it does happen more frequently than it should.
And whatever you do, don't eat human brains.
Yes. It's terrible bad for you. Did you know pork has a lot of the same consistencies as people meat, though?
Suddenly I'm not feeling too hungry.
I'm getting really worried about this.
And then he presents you all with a grade A dish.
Jacques doesn't even pause. He just stares at you all, you're a bunch of squeamish motherfuckers. After murdering a bunch of things, it's like, meh.
I bought all the ingredients at the previous town.
Okay.
He got a 252 on his cooking roll.
Okay.
That's Wolfgang numbers.
Chomping on it like, damn, it's 252?
This is a 252 meal?
Oh, man.
5 Michelin?
Arthur was, I'm gonna eat the whole thing.
I only need, like, this small side.
Jacques says nothing. His silence, but his lack of scathing looks at anybody denotes his acceptance of this okay meal.
Richard just has his hands on his hips and he's just like, And you guys were all worried. Next time you insult my cooking, though, and I'll be more than happy to tell you about the process we use to clean the intestines before we set to the cadavers.
It helps. I wasn't.
Talk has like his mouth full, but he does kind of like look up and like nod a little bit, like
Yeah.
that would get them.
It starts like utensils is like lowers, and she's just giving this look of, oh god.
I would say Serena would be off put by that, but technically speaking, she's dressed animals before, so
I mean,
I mean,
it's the
there's this
same.
psychological difference between
Yeah.
animals and people for a lot of people. So, and hell, I've worked with nurses that are still squeamish. So,
And don't get me started on the story of Bob Corncob.
any of Jacques' regard just kind of tapers back down.
All right, with a name like that, like.
And now the scathing look is back, just like magic.
About colors. What do you think would work for Arthur?
So Bob Corncob was the name we gave a cadaver once from a man who died due to blockage. And you'll never guess of what.
Corncob?
At the start of his large intestine, there was a corncob wedged in. Poor man. We made fun of him for decades, me and my class together afterwards, and we called him Bob Corncob afterwards. It was great. It was a fun pet nickname as we were cutting him apart and finding out the reason for his death. We didn't know, of course. I mean, like, I asked some preliminary questions, but, it's just like, oh, right, how did this man die? Is that a whole-ass corncob inside of his gut? I think it is. Now, the amazing thing about this is the man had to swallow the whole corncob.
That's some real determination right there.
Jacques just sighs and then gets summoned with a rather embarrassing series of tattoos. There were a number of names crossed out. A fancy cursive, a few arts. Probably would have been sweet to someone had there not been about 7 of them. You find some rather interesting things. Though the cleft palate was particularly interesting. You don't have too many.
All right. I let the Bob Corncob thing go, but we are eating here.
Unpleasant conversation.
I'm just saying, I'm not even partaking in the meal and I've lost my appetite. So please, can we keep the horrible body horror to a minimum during eating times?
Consider tattoos body horror and you are invested in necromancy. He just nods, continues eating.
I just didn't want the story to get worse. And after what Richard said, I didn't want to take the chance. Unfortunately, Jacques, you look like you've seen some things in your day.
I was only going to bring up good examples. You don't want the more personal ones?
I'm fine with Bob Corncob at this point.
He has a slightly more pleased expression as he's eating now.
And Richard's just like, and now none of you will ever forget the name Bob Corncob for the rest of your lives. It's just one of those names that'll stick with you forever. And with that, we end our session for today. So let's go ahead and quickly get some experience out of the way before getting on to the post-session stuff. First, interpretation. I think there's a lot of good character interactions this time around. I think a lot of people had their good moments and such. I'll give everyone 25 experience points. No difficult actions. No.
Besides making up our fucking minds on something.
3 experience points for time spent. Uh, 10 experience for ending the segments of Radovan's journey to connect with people. He's done with that part of his journey at the moment, at least.
No, just continue connecting with us.
Yes. No combat experience, but for the face award, I'm going to give everyone a player award for facing, as you've all asked some questions and have asked some interesting lore bits, progressed your various storylines forward more. The pity award goes to Arthur, because now he is on his very serious mission to go kill a man, and he has to play Kendall for a overly social vampire because he was tricked into giving him at least one outfit.
Arthur is nothing but determined.
He'll do anything it takes, including dress up.
I do like that idea of like a movie. It's like, I'll do anything it takes to kill him. Immediate cuts to like
montage of dress up, getting mascara done.
Or it's just the party like on like a runway as Arthur's forced to walk it.
The best part is, despite the disgruntled face, he rocks it on the floor.
It's the disgruntled face.
He just goes up, walks with that saunter, flips his guns out, makes some moves, face just the whole time, walks off.
Pissed off.
That's going to be the dramatic character reveal, is he's actually a master at dancing.
I have to do this because I'm trained in style.
If you're better than him at dancing, though, Jacques will have to kill you for his injured pride. We've covered this with Serena. So excited you got to go out like this.
Beyond that, player nominations and or kudos.
Kudos for Arthur drawing on someone else's map and then hiding it so no one else will find it.
Stupid fucker.
That was pretty funny. It's just like he's one of those guys.
Yeah.
I'll give everyone, we're going to do our kudos. I'll give everyone a player award for just the various character moments that happened during the session. There was a lot of them, and they were all brilliant.
Ishtar is, I think, finally a bit less scared of Dog.
I did like their connection forming. So, Ishtar and Jacques, as further character progression, take another player award as well.
Serena's like, eventually everyone will realize that he's mostly bluster.
He's a nice guy, I swear.
His show's at the point where she's like, Jacques got some issues, but he's not bad. He's not trying to outright kill her, so she knows she's not an immediate threat, at least.
And then Arthur's additions to every conversation. But also the, after we get information, it continues on.
Why is it a tree?
Try and describe magic to Arthur.
Serena's immediate recoil from the finger carrots.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of good RP stuff just sprinkled all throughout it.
Yeah, for real.
And thank you for the instant cramp you gave me when you were like, Jacques, about the makeup.
Yeah, that was really good. Both the makeup conversation and then the reveal of Jacques and Radovan's date to Serena was so fucking good.
You guys were on a date! Jacques voice, it was not a date.
She's so happy for Jock.
He just hisses and bristles like a cat on the inside.
Actually,
Howard walks away.
I say Arthur deserves a for character growth, a player award, as we got his backstory in the session.
Got the snake.
Finally, the full thing.
Yeah.
And you got the name. You finally have a name to this guy who's ruined your fucking life.
I am very excited. Road's name. I.
And then it isn't Spiegel.
It's going to be interesting.
Speaking of names, I came to the realization we might see Arthur in Phasmophobia.
It's yeah, honestly, it sounds like a Phasmophobia name.
Arthur Thompson. Feasible.
It is very feasible.
We need to play it again.
Hell yeah.
Better question is, what ghost would he be?
Wraith.
Yeah.
Poltergeist. They use
Oh.
ranged attacks.
I mean, kind of. They just knock everything around. They don't really range attack. Wraith or Revenant. Wraith or Revenant.
I mean, the Revenant's whole deal, and like, well, other lore is the whole blood grudge to the point that you won't die.
True.
So if you're talking D&D Revenants, absolutely.
So-
Revenants, Hell Knights. Alex, you're such a typecast.
Yeah.
He really is.
It's very easy to immediately, like, even Cameron was like, yeah, I know you're a.
Yeah, I was like, I know your type, Alex. I need to either throw Devils or JoJo at you, and I'm in the general ballpark.
Like, yeah, that's me.
His Facebook.
So, how do you guys like Richard now that you've had more Richard moments and more Radovan moments in the same session?
As somebody who has like a bunch of weird conversation lines that are kind of macabre, I appreciate it. And as much as Doc is irritated by the way he talks about magic versus other things, Doc is also slightly maliciously amused. This guy just says creepy shit all the time.
I do love the bit of dark humor that's in it. It's fantastic.
I also appreciate how he delivers it. It's just extremely random out of nowhere.
Yeah, he leads you into the whole, like, yeah, I'm like the youth pastor, or like the professor version of like a youth pastor, until you remember the fact that I'm a necromancer.
It reminded me of this funny story of my friend who could sneeze like a demon. He was taken by the Inquisitors, and he's probably dead.
I meant that to be amusing.
So this is the part where we all laugh. And Radovan's just a fucking delight as usual.
I know some of the concerns were that they were very similar, and you guys didn't really know too much about Richard at the time, so I went to extra efforts to best differentiate them I could during the session, and I hope that came through.
It did.
So, how do y'all like Arthur's strange connection to Black Sun?
Doc's pissed because like, oh, of course he's related to Black Sun. Of course you've been moving bodies for them. Of course it might be necromancy. I fucking hate everything about this entire like adventure that we've got on. Huff puffs in the corner. But it's much more convenient than just off the wall questline tangents.
Well, this Arthur's is linear. I can only imagine how bad it's going to be for me or Serena.
Who knows? Meanwhile, Jacques just going to be eye roll hide the entire time we're in Gabriel.
It's a nice, interesting twist to it. A little bit not surprising given Arthur, but at the same time still surprising that it is connected in a roundabout way.
So, at one point, did you decide that Arthur was, like, secretly moving bodies for his backstory? I'm curious.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were asking someone else.
No, we were coming up with your backstory.
Yes.
I don't know why I didn't think that was a question aimed at me. I'll be real.
I think he was off somewhere else in his thoughts.
I was looking at my camera at my cat down there.
Fair.
I would make fun of you, but I spent half the session looking over my shoulder for Acer.
I don't remember exactly when. I just remember like the thought came out of like I had the idea of Arthur being a character who's basically indebted in like this way, like just blackmailed to become like a smuggler for a good long time. Then I was thinking to myself, I think it was even before I moved to actually where I am currently. It's like summer. Like, what did he see to get him there? And then I thought of like, yeah, I probably saw some like body disposal shit.
When did it occur that there might have been a connection between that and
This session.
Listen,
it doesn't help that whenever I'm like coming with the character's backstory or whatever, I am thinking from their frame of mind. Arthur would not put that together because he's dumb as a box of rocks. He's so fucking stupid. He wouldn't have thought of it. He needed it spelled out to him because I was so deep in his head. Another character I was playing would have probably made that connection a lot sooner. Like not Arthur. He's a very one-track mind. He's like, yeah, I just need to kill him. I was moving bodies. That's all there is. Oh, they're connected? Whoa.
yes.
Galaxy brain.
When I conceived Richard Hell Knight, I was like, okay, I know how to set them on the right path for getting on Arthur's character line. Because, of course, Richard buys bodies off the black market
Well,
for that variety.
actually, on that part, Wilbo was like, is he just trying to twist Arthur into this direction so he'll move to go get the book now? Like, that's kind of like what my thought process went on it for a second. Not by you, but it's Richard trying to get us to go faster.
I mean, in part, yes. He wants you guys to make a step closer to the book. But he just also happened to realize that on Arthur's sheet of paper there were the various ports that he's bought bodies from. So he became interested. He's like, do you deal in bodies?
The other thing that happened this session, I was sitting there when you were like throwing that at me. Like I was like sitting there like, man, Cameron's really hitting it on the mark. Like this is Arthur's backstory. For some reason, I forgot if I've ever told you his backstory.
You never have.
Like, then yeah, it's just I was sitting there like, man, Cameron's really like hitting all like the stuff he's done. But I'm also a person who I will say something or like mention something to a person and then immediately forget it like a minute later. And someone will remind me.
In fact, I had no idea that the man with four fingers killed you by touching you or taking your life force or something. I don't remember if you told me that or not. I didn't even think about that this session. It just was a very happy coincidence that it happened.
It's working really well. This was us two improvising it from different directions, but it worked out. And I could have sworn I've told you this. I thought I did. But I'm honestly very bad at that. And this reminds me, I need to run through Sebastian's backstory with you.
Well, I know some of Sebastian's backstory.
I've refined a lot more of it, though.
Oh, okay. Then yes, I would like to hear some of it because I have an idea for it, but I don't want that to fall apart because, some plot thing like, oh yeah, you go back to where you came from and you find it there. It's like, no, I didn't. It was destroyed. Oh. Well,
yeah,
then.
exactly.
So
I'll run it through because there's like two specific events that are important.
That's fair. But yeah, no, you didn't tell me anything about your backstory. It was literally just Richard being like, do you do bodies? Because I think I've bought some of yours before.
Funny coinky dink.
Arthur's popped them up and like, ah, yes, these are pretty rare vintage. You see, this is a human man.
So you'll find this body from Kazakhstan, and he's been aged 37 years.
Ooh. Oh, look at the scars. I can't wait to dissect him.
Please refrain from any body talk in front of me, sir.
This one was struck by lightning. Very rare.
Oh, look at those LinkedIn form scars. Oh, beautiful.
I wonder if Hell Knight and Arthur have ever crossed paths somehow, like actually like met each other.
Like the passing but never actually meeting sort of thing.
Well, one of those things where it's like probably dealt like Arthur's been in the room with him.
I don't think that's ever been the case. I think he orders cadavers, and when he's tired of the same, like, ah, yes, here's another, northern continent individual because they were nearby. No, I want someone from Shivet or Nanway or somewhere. I need bodies of more variety. Well, better go to the black market.
Doc at least isn't so like intensely fucking creepy about it. But he does understand the like fascination with like that's why he was looking up the different races, because he wasn't sure like how different their biology kind of skewed.
I mean, that's Richard's brand. He's just a little unsettling.
Yeah.
He's still like a normal-ish person otherwise. It's just he's very fascinated by necromancy, and thus by death. And he's smart, and he knows a lot of various things, and he's a college bachelor. He learned how to cook, and just some things to make his character more interesting, and I think it worked, especially because I knew there was going to be a moment where Serena was going to cook, and I was like, ah, yes, here it is. Richard helps, and he's actually really good at it, too, and you're like, he's not so bad after all. Do you know fingers have the same consistency as carrots? It was almost... It was almost scripted.
Beautiful.
Well, we'll work on your people skills.
There's a lot of that in this party.
But yeah, and getting to be Radovan. Radovan's been very busy the last handful of sessions you guys have been doing, so you guys haven't had a lot of Radovan moments. So this session where Radovan just got to be revitalized by the concept of going to Gabriel was amazing.
It's like on one hand, Doc's like, fucking finally. Back home, something familiar, good food, good taste, actual culture, money. On the other hand, left home for a reason.
But how'd you guys like a session where you get to ask lore questions and find information out?
Alright, as someone who loves notes, love lore dumps.
It's interesting. I just hope the audience found it interesting as well, because admittedly, it's not for everyone.
Well, we've also, we already know a bunch of this stuff, so if anything, it's just kind of helpful for our characters to be like, so we don't have to be like, wait, does this one know what a giant is yet? Fuck. It's fine. We got it now.
I mean, plus it's super rare that you guys ever go anywhere in Anima where you can find all this information easily and on hand.
True.
It'd be nice if it wasn't a bunch of magical BS. But...
Yeah.
I sure got to learn something interesting about his bloodline, though, at least the magical aspect of it.
I mean, he already knew that it was some type of innate quality because it's it literally runs in the family line, so he knows that it's bloodline. He just wasn't sure what would do that without murdering you violently for having it. So finding out that the two options are essentially someone in your family had really unfortunately met something that is antithetical to life itself, or had something to do with some giant fuck-off poisonous creature like a basilisk. He's like, oh, great, how fantastic. 2 seconds later, flips through the book. Oh, look, Ishtar might be the blessed, divine, in terms of magic, bloodline of a fucking dragon, and just be good at everything. Yippee fucking kaye! Slams book into her room. Good news for you! Not bitter or anything. As he walks down the hall. It's fine. Having scales would make it even more difficult.
least y'all can blend in. She's gotta hide it every day.
I mean, there's blending in, and then there's I can't touch literally anyone, or else I might KO them instantly. So Doc has his own cross to bear there.
I would say blending in isn't our specialty as a party.
No, we're not particularly subtle, except for the gunshots. The gunshots are very subtle until they leave a cannonball-sized hole in someone.
Can't wait for you to use that ability again.
Serena's a fucking rave. Ishtar is a goddamn dragon spitting elements everywhere. Jacques like necrotizes flesh on touch. And then you have man who goes, but what if? And does.
I
my
never thought
God.
this party was going to be a serious party when we first created the game. And now it's like, yes. Now to hammer out all the kinks in the group to make them a legitimate game. Oh,
Yeah.
Arthur, that's a lot of kinks. But it's been fun canonizing the party and making it official Anima content.
This game was never supposed to go on so long.
No, it was
supposed to be
originally a
fun time.
once every other week game so Suzanne doesn't get overwhelmed by Anima. Now she plays 2 Anima games a week.
Yep. Anima drags you in. As soon as you're not intimidated by the math as much anymore, it's like, alright, you'll do anything. Dress up montage.
Yep.
So what have you been thinking
You
about,
are doing
Alex?
you're doing a dress up montage to play Anima, so I'm
Exactly.
validated.
But what have you been thinking about, Alex? I've seen you just intensely in thoughts this whole time.
I don't know what I've been thinking about then, I'll be real. Probably something dumb, to be honest.
Elevator music.
But basically. But when it comes to like lore stuff, for me, I have a very bad habit, and it comes from school, where if it's information I've already heard somewhere, I will zone out. It's such a bad habit I picked up, but it's one like that's tough to break, where it's just like, oh, I know this information, I've heard it, and then it's harder for me to pay attention. But that's just because I am a bad student and I have attention issues. But I like lore stuff if I'm hearing like new cool stuff. I'm a big fan of that. Or if it's information my character is primarily super interested of, like then I'm super into it.
I do love that there's been lore bits where you're just like, that's in this. And you get like all excited.
Those are my favorites. I also love any of these lore dump things where you say something weird and I'm immediately like, attention's peaked. Go on.
Sorry, what?
Keep going.
Oh, just
Well,
wait till
or-
phase 2. Once we hit Anima World phase 2, you guys are gonna learn a lot more and find a lot more. You guys thought you've been getting a lot of information in phase 1.
No, I don't think that, because I'm aware of all the unanswered questions Astrid never got answers to. I want the forbidden lore. Give me the forbidden snack, Cameron. I
Good.
hunger.
Thing you're playing in 2 games that are much more connected to the supernatural.
Yeah.
But yes, once you guys go to the various places and do some of the various big things, I'm gonna tell you guys now, this tournament you guys are in, it's not just a tournament, and we got some fun stuff to do.
Ooh.
There's a thing the tournament is used for.
I'm really looking forward to when we finally get to see Radovan's side of the conversation from Anastasia. That's going to be fun.
I'm just gonna go back to the video and like look that part over and try to recreate it from Radovan's side.
Oh man. And it just splice it together so you're talking to yourself.
It's just fun. Even better, just have it like flipping from camera angles as one side of the conversation starts and the other ends.
Yeah, just mirror your webcam and just have it like being going back and forth, like wear a different shirt. It's
But
like, yeah. Oh,
but
yeah,
he's not talking to himself. He's talking to Anastasia.
Oh, that's true.
that's a good point.
What are you guys trying to do? I've never talked to myself.
I mean,
Oh, well, I mean,
You have.
more
Yeah.
than the fact of like, yes, he was talking to someone on the other end of the line. that wasn't in the group at the moment.
I mean, no, like, yeah, you should totally like just clip that segment and then just try to fill in the gaps as Radovid and just like say, all right, guys, now for that scene, please avert your attention to the stream, and then just play some edited thing like that. It'd be super funny.
Hey, if you need props, I do have the Anastasia wig. You can use that.
Yeah, you can wear that.
But yeah, we are. You guys are about 6 months from in the Wednesday game. Timelines have now jumped around a bit because now it is early summer, late spring, early summer. It was April,
Late
May.
spring.
And the other group is currently in December of this year. So the two timelines have jumped because the trek you guys took up to the temple, the Skyward Eye, was a long journey. It was like 6 months or something like that. Through the mountains and the snow and all that.
That ridiculous phone call, though.
Yes.
Just everybody shoving in on it.
Hopefully it's not in a embarrassing situation that takes Radovid away from this. That'd be really bad.
I don't know. I'd love to do a really cool thing about it, but I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, it's gonna be so fucking hard.
That's really difficult. You have to improv with like a very specific thing.
I had to improv with a very specific thing, and like the best part would be I just replace my camera with the video camera from the time in the stream. I can do that. You can do that in OBS quite easily, actually.
Oh yeah.
I still loved that part on Anastasia's side though. Just like, hey, you get it here? Then you guys like just go on talking, and then you're just like, I heard my name. Did somebody call? And then Sebastian shows up at the end. Oh, that was great.
It was good. Both of them is hell on, but I'm just like, oh my god, my compatriots. These people.
Gotta love chaotic parties.
And these poor characters have gotten 2 chaotic parties.
Yeah.
A moment of silence for Anastasia and and Doc.
They'll be able to relate on quite a few things. High society and, oh god, they're at it again.
Do you want to trade?
I'm kind of used to mine.
Looks at Chenoweth for 0.2 seconds. Never mind. It's touchy-feely.
I mean, he backed off Sebastian. Sebastian said he didn't want anyone to touch him, so he probably would honor your wishes for the most part.
I've seen him lift his hand to clap him on the shoulder about 5 times. I don't think your psychic has noticed.
I have danger sense, but only if it's
character.
I'm not playing the face character. I'm not doing that. That's a lot of pressure that I cannot handle.
But Alex, it's your turn.
No, it's not. I refuse.
You must bear this cross.
I listen. Y'all made that joke, and in response, I made Sebastian.
Yeah, you're giving yourself a break before the storm.
I will not be able to handle that.
You gotta make a charisma character and actually have them be like an intelligent face.
Mm-mm.
Gotta do it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it.
Alright, with this conversation going on, I'm going to have to bow out as it is past 10:30 and I need to get to work in the morning.
That's fair.
Oh, did we want to do the experience from last session on Sunday?
We did it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
What?
did.
Yeah,
Yeah, we-
Oh, we did.
What are you guys talking about?
That's right.
The internet
Sorry,
came back and we
I
got
mean-
on.
We had said that we weren't going to for a moment.
We didn't,
we
and then we did.
Yeah.
So
I was completely on the same boat with you, Vale. I was like,
I completely forgot.
you convinced me. 'Cause I forgot too.
nice try, guys.
Yeah, double experience.
No,
99 season.
I gotta get a bit
I
as well.
understand.
So,
Fair.
We'll
What
be
game are we gonna play on Thursday?
ending the stream.
I'm busy.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.